Mine's gaveling it closed. Adjourning.
Order and say aye.
Oh my gosh, so good.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome. I know this is an incredibly busy time of year with the General Assembly and much work, but I do appreciate working in this one-day meeting, which I know is different for us. So we'll go through the workshop this morning, and then we'll go into the action meeting as soon as we possibly can. Again, I just welcome you all. We'll start this morning's meeting the way we always do, and that is by saying the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. So I see Mr. Carey out there. I did get some very interesting emails this morning about the temperature and the possibility for weather, so perhaps we could get a weather update from you at some point today. Nobody really believes that there could be snow.
No.
And I'd love snow until I have this job. In which case, you can start again in, 2022? Be fine. Let's see. First item this morning, I have Nick Roper.
I didn't want to pull it and knock everything over.
Ma'am, that's correct. Okay. Good morning. My name is Nicholas Roper, District Project Development Engineer in Northern Virginia, and on behalf of the Northern Virginia District, it's my pleasure to introduce Jim Zeller, representing the Department of Transportation and Capital Infrastructure for Loudoun County, who will present the location approval for the extension of Northstar Boulevard. This project is essential to accommodating growth and reducing congestion in Loudoun County. Located between Route 15 to the west and Route 28 to the east, when completed, this project will provide an additional arterial for north-south mobility that connects the major east-west arterials in the county, Route 7 and Route 50. It is the final piece of nearly 10 miles of roadway improvements between Route 7 and Route 50 planned and implemented over the past decade. So, Jim?
Good morning, and thank you for inviting me to today's meeting to acquaint all of you with the county's, well, I say our project to extend Northstar Boulevard from US 50 to Shreveport Drive in Loudoun County. And I say our project because of the state and federal participation in it. Have a few slides I'd like to go through, and I'm finished. Happy to entertain any questions you may have. Also, feel free if something jumps out at you as I go along. Ask questions. Of course, ask questions whenever you like. So we'll get into the slides. Let's see. But to introduce you to the location of the project, it is in the southeastern part of Loudoun County, just west of the southwestern end of Washington Dulles International Airport. It begins at the intersection of US 50, right next to VDOT's Arcola area headquarters, and ends at Shreveport Drive and the southern end of the planned community in Loudoun County known as Brambleton. It is filling in part of a missing link of two existing sections of Northstar Boulevard that have been built over the years by area developers as this part of the county has built out. So to begin with, the purpose and need of the project. As you can see, improving local roadway access, completing the county's planned roadway network for the area, improving emergency and state maintenance access. Right now, there's mobility from the southern end of the county to the middle part of the county. Right now, it kind of all comes together in a real choke point in the village of Arcola. And the Northstar Boulevard will provide additional means of north-south access. improved community access and access to local schools. Like I said, this is the fastest area growing part of the county. Some background in the project and a summary of the project's financing plan. It's been part of Loudoun's countywide transportation plan for as long as we've had a countywide transportation plan, going back to 1995. Like I said, it is located in the most rapidly growing area of the county, and the summary of the project financing, totaling approximately $90 million, with a combination of VDOT and county revenue share monies that have been accumulating since fiscal year 2016, straight local money, Northern Virginia Transportation Authority, 70% funds, and last but certainly not least, a federal fiscal year 18 Tiger grant from the federal government in the amount of $25 million. We were one of 2 projects that got awarded across the country that year. Some summary of compliance with various planning documents. The project implements the VTrans midterm needs. These are some of these bullets summarize the purposes or the goals of the midterm needs, and our project hits every one of them. It also fits the VTrans long-term needs. Northstar Boulevard, along with Belmont Ridge Road, as you go a little bit further north in the county, forms the north-south part of the north-south corridor statewide significance G2, which you can see there on the map, and the project location there is the location of our particular project today. Here's some other long-range adopted plans that reflect Northstar Boulevard, the visualized 2045, as well as transaction. And as I've said, it's been in county planning documents for since 1995. Here's a summary of the project's development history. The project was initiated in calendar year 2015, and it won its first award of state participation in fiscal year 16 as a revenue share project. Between concept development started in 2017, mostly initiated by area landowners who were looking to maximize the land uses in their properties, proposing various alignments for the corridor, none of which really proved feasible because of some of the technical challenges with it, which I'll get to in a moment. But the thing that really kicked the project into high gear was in March of 2018, when Loudoun County was notified of its award of the $25 million Tiger grant. We had our location and design public hearing, or what the county calls a public information meeting, in July of 2019. The project was very well received by the community, and the county board has endorsed both the location and design elements of the project. Right now, we are working on our construction documents to deliver the project as a design-build project. The RFQ is already on the street. That was issued last November, and we are working on our on the RFP. So this kind of illustrates the challenges of the corridor. You see a more detailed aerial map of the area going from south to north. Let's see this. You see that little long rectangular area with the crosshatches in there. That's the Arcola area headquarters. It has the distinction of being one of the, if not the smallest in terms of land area, but if memory serves, it is one of the, if not the busiest area headquarters in terms of lane miles of roadway that they're responsible for. So it's a very, very busy place, and we really don't want to be building a road that impacts their operations. The heavy yellow line that goes straight north-south, that is a very large utility corridor, electrical and gas transmission lines that serve pretty much the whole eastern seaboard that have been there for many, many years. And then various environmental constraints as well, with mostly with floodplain and wetlands. Finally, we're constrained with 2 fixed points on either end. The location of the intersection has been determined by Loudoun County's other half of the Northstar Boulevard project that extends southward from Route 50 to Tall Cedars Parkway. That intersection has already been set. And then the existing Northstar Boulevard up at the north end of the corridor. This is a closer look of what the new roadway would look like. So north is pointed to your right. US 50 is on the far left of the image, and you can see, again, the Arcola area headquarters right next to the proposed roadway. With the development of the new intersection at US 50, the project will be providing access to the area headquarters by improving State Route 877 Racefield Lane that kind of goes in a diagonal direction to away from the back of the area headquarters property, ties in with a planned roadway in the county's network called Dulles West Boulevard, and then ties back to Northstar Boulevard right next to that natural gas pumping station, that facility just above the proposed roadway. The right, you see the bridge that crosses Broad Run, and then spanning the existing Evergreen Mills Road, Route 621. And then a new connection of Evergreen Mills Road to Northstar Boulevard just to the left of the end of the bridge. Okay, so that's kind of where we've come from, and this is summarizing where we're headed. March, we hope, will be a very busy month for us. That we hope the formal action, favorable action, is taken next month on the location of the roadway. That enables us to complete the NEPA process. And then once that is done, that will allow us to issue our design build request for proposals, kind of like a series of dominoes that hopefully will be falling one after another after the other. Some updated or some time or deadlines coming up. That next one, that September 30th date, that is the deadline per the requirements of the Tiger grant, that it must be obligated in federal fiscal year 20. But the the issuance of the design build bid documents will accomplish that. So we'll be easily meeting that deadline. But with our procurement schedule, we are looking to issue a notice to proceed to the winning design builder in December of 2020, and give them a deadline of September 1st, 2022 to actually begin construction, break ground. That would lead to substantial completion, May of 2024, and then what's called a period of performance end date, basically closing out the project, getting the facility accepted into VDOT secondary system for maintenance by May of 2025. Oops. I think, that's my last slide. Okay. So that's the project, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Madam Secretary? Jim, how does the alignment that you presented differ from the alignment that was part of the original Smart Scale application for the section of roadway?
I'd have to research that and get back to you.
No, it's the same starting point and ending point on Route 50.
Yes, like I said, the start and end points were fixed. The biggest challenges were how to cross the utility corridor. There were a number of different ideas that were considered, and our engineer Dewberry this would be in the spring to summer of 2019, arrived at the currently proposed alignment as being the most efficient way of getting across that utility corridor. But I can research that and get back with you.
The same alignment or general alignment that was considered in the first round of Smart Scale.
The deviations from one alignment to the other would be in the perhaps hundreds of feet.
In the total project budget, I know you showed an accumulation of funding sources up there, but what's the total project budget?
It is just below $90 million. It's like 89,970.
And how does that compare? I'm not sure if you have this information. How does that compare with the original Smart Scale estimate for this? Essentially,
it's a good bit higher. Yeah. And again, I don't have that number handy, but the number is higher. One of our budgetary pressures is increasing land costs out there, and also increasing construction costs, and then the premium of design, build, delivery.
Thank you.
Madam Secretary, I would just say to my colleagues, this particular road segment has been in Loudoun's plan and in the regional plan for a long time. Our role here is to approve the alignment so that they can proceed. And so that's what will be before us next month, is just voting on this alignment. The county's administering the project, VDOT is not, and so our job is just to say, yeah, go ahead, and here's the route you should build on. So,
Anything else? Well, thank you, Mr. Zeller. Thank you for presenting this. We'll have the vote next month on the alignment.
You're welcome.
So appreciate it. Let's see, transportation and mobility planning. Good morning.
Good morning, Secretary Valentine and members of the board. I'm here to talk to you and give you a brief overview of VDOT's Transportation Mobility Planning Division. Everyone is familiar with VDOT's PDOMs, Plan, Deliver, Operate, Maintain, and Support. I want to focus on the plan element. Planning uses performance data to identify problems and work with stakeholders to develop targeted solutions that can be advanced to the program. Planning reports to the chief engineer, and central office provides policy guidance and program management and handles complex multi-district studies. District planners are the smart scale point of contact. They lead quarter studies and provide oversight of regional planning with MPOs and PDCs. So projects most assuredly do not come from historic. Planning, whether at the local, regional, or state level, and occasionally legislatively, is the basis for projects. Planning plays a role in OIP's VTrans efforts, providing VDOT performance data, using that data to develop targeted solutions through study programs, and then provide stakeholders with their first opportunity to weigh in on the problems and the solutions. And we coordinate with our regional partners to advance recommendations. Smart Scale has driven the project development process to become performance-based and objective. Solutions are expected to be right-sized and targeted, providing the best return on investment. Projects are now fully funded when they advance to the program, so no longer do we have thinking about you projects. Concepts and cost estimates become projects and budgets in the blink of an eye. This highlights the need for engagement and upfront buy-in. Part of our buy-in is sharing information. VDOT is data rich. When you maintain over 57,000 miles of roadway, the third largest state maintained network, you are in the big data business. Be it crashes or traffic counts, travel time or origin destination, VDOT has it. One of planning's primary roles is to turn that big data into useful information. We map key performance measures, making them geospatial. Planning pushes the concept of aligning projects to performance to stakeholders at every opportunity. It's the first but not the only step to a successful project application. We also encourage the use of data for other funding programs, such as revenue sharing and TAP. It's not required, but it always makes good decisions defensible when backed up by data. Planning is leading an effort to share big data that we have at our disposal with our planning partners at the local and regional levels, as well as with the private sector. Pathways for Planning is a planning developed platform that enables sharing of the data outside the state firewall. Pathways for Planning also enables stakeholders to query the data, to ask questions like, show me where the top crash location is in my jurisdiction, and where do we have program projects. This also allows VDOT to absorb external data, such as local comp plans, transportation plan elements, and studies, into a layer in this process. Our objective is to help develop targeted solutions that lead to funded projects. Another major consumer of big data is travel demand forecasting. Planning leads traffic forecasting efforts at VDOT. VDOT develops and maintains 11 MPO models and one statewide model. Models are developed cooperatively with the MPOs. These models are used to develop forecasts, test scenarios like what if 50% of the fleet was connected automated in 2035, and test policies like what if we expanded the managed lanes in this region. We help answer questions such as these, and also when, where, and how trips will be made and what routes will be used. Once we have translated our data into information and use it to identify performance issues, our focus shifts to project development. This graphic is probably familiar to you all. A key takeaway is that everything to the left is really planning. That planning leads to candidate projects can come and compete for a number of funding programs that the CTB is ultimately responsible for selecting and advancing to the 6-year program. Before we dive into planning's role in project development, I did want to highlight the public involvement. As mentioned previously, planning represents the first contact with the public on review of problems and potential solutions. VDOT's planning has adopted a policy of requiring public involvement in all of our studies. We are actively promoting the use of virtual public involvement in social media platforms such as Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. Virtual public involvement is working incredibly well. We are getting hundreds of responses and thousands of data points for our planning studies, which is unheard of. Usually the public doesn't get interested until the dirt is about to be turned. Offering the chance to provide input from the comfort of your own home or mobile device makes a big difference. We are excited about this and feel that getting this feedback is critical given the challenges we have seen and accelerated project development. Virtual public involvement also provides an electronic record, a documentation of public feedback, which comes in handy for smart-scale applications.
Can I ask you a question? Could you just speak up just a little bit more? Thank you.
Try. So let's talk about where the rubber meets the road.
There you go.
Okay. I feel like I'm yelling at you.
And I even knew what you were going to say.
Okay.
Yeah, that's much. When you look down, it disappears a little bit for us. So, yes. Thank you.
Let's talk about where the rubber meets the road and how studies relate to project development. This is an overview. We've had a high level of success in getting studies recommendations advanced to the program. Over 100 studies in the last decade have led to over $900 million in program projects. These numbers don't even reflect the recent investments that occurred from I-81 and I-95. If those are included, we are approaching a $3 billion in programmed investments in our transportation system. Our arterial preservation program is voluntary. VDOT partners with localities to plan infrastructure that supports future development while preserving capacity, a finite resource. Cooperative efforts with Location and Design, Office of Land Use, and Traffic Engineering work together within existing policies for access management regulations, design exception process, and traffic signal warrants. The results are we establish local buy-in, allow for coordinated effort on transportation and land use, and identify access improvements for new developments. And this helps to feed our funding program with recommendations. Recently, planning has been tasked with special studies such as the I-81 Corridor Improvement Plan, I-95 Corridor Improvement Plan, and now the I-64 Plan that use similar study framework at a much larger scale. STARS, the Strategically Targeted Affordable Roadway Solutions. This is a data-driven approach that involves stakeholders, detailed analysis of safety and congestion issues with a focus on operational improvements. The recommendations go through a benefit-cost analysis and are coordinated with other program projects with the goal of advancing to the 6-year program. The program's objective is to supply a pipeline of projects eligible for multiple funding sources. All of our planning studies follow the same basic approach. Planning leads a multidisciplinary team in our study efforts. They represent a cross-section of select subject matter experts within VDOT, location and design, safety, and operations. We also seek to involve external partners, such as localities, regions, FHWA, and other agencies, such as DCR, in the process to ensure buy-in. So again, establishing a sustainable project pipeline on performance-based targeted solutions is our overarching objective. We try to do as much upfront work as possible, so when projects are applied for funding, they have a basis for cost estimates and schedules and can be advanced to preliminary engineering. Planning also plays a major role in several other programs, and I would be remiss if I didn't take a quick glimpse at these areas. Smart Scale Support. We are part of the screening team for applications. We lead congestion and accessibility measure scoring for all Smart Scale projects, and we also assist the environmental measure identifying natural and cultural resources. District planners are the point of contact for Smart Scale. They review all applications and project changes after funding. Planning is home to the Bicycle Pedestrian Program as well. We convey the State Bicycle Advisory Committee. We maintain a bicycle inventory and a robust bike ped count program. We also serve on study teams for major efforts like the Ahlin to Petersburg Trail. In regards to transportation demand management, planning is home to the Park and Ride program at VDOT. We maintain the Park and Ride inventory and assist in the development of Park and Ride design guidelines and needs statewide. Planning coordinates closely with DRPT to support Park and Ride for their rideshare and commuter bus rail program. Planning is also home to the Safe Routes to School program at VDOT. The program used to include capital improvements to facilitate biking and walking to school. That element now falls under TAP. We still provide educational grants through a competitive annual process. As you can see, the primary objective is ensuring that plans lead to programmed projects. However, planning's role does not end with a recommendation advancing to the program. We provide a significant amount of supporting information related to boundaries, road classification that impacts funding eligibility. And district planners as well are the point of contacts for metropolitan planning process, which represents a significant portion of where transportation project funding is allocated in Virginia. From a regional planning perspective, Virginia has 21 PDCs, Planning District Commissions, 15 MPOs, which are urbanized populations of over 50,000. This is one of our most popular reference maps and shows all MPOs and PDCs in relation to urbanized boundaries and VDOT districts. Our planning district staff and district engineers serve on the MPO committees to provide oversight. So why are regional partners that VDOT and DRPT have with MPOs so important? Because the regional plans and programs have to contain all regionally significant transportation projects in order to receive federal funding and necessary approvals, such as NEPA. VDOT is continually working with these entities on development of recommendations and ensuring that program projects have the latest and greatest information to keep Virginia moving. I have several resources here in case I'm sure everyone's excited about going home and looking this up. Anyone have any questions?
Madam Secretary.
Ms. Himes.
Just a couple. Thank you for the overview. These are very helpful, Madam Secretary, for us to understand. So I was struck by what you said about the virtual involvement in sort of as an adjunct to the public hearing process, and I wondered whether you're seeing any generational splits in terms of who uses virtual versus who doesn't?
It's not been something that has been turned us away from anything. There probably is, if you were to dig down into it, there probably is a slight virtual slit, and I would expect there to be a split, but we are receiving so many input from the virtual reality. It's just amazing that we've never ever had participation in before in planning. People are really put off with how far in advance is this, and they really want to see something right now.
I think this is something we might want to do a little bit of analysis on, Madam Secretary. My guess, in my region, traffic is such an issue that I would be surprised if we actually turned up that only people under 45 were using the tool to make comments. I think a lot of seniors are reluctant to drive at night and do a variety of things. So I think we should keep our eye on it, because the traditional public hearing, we kind of get the same people, same 15, 20 people, unless there's a hot issue, and I think this broader input is really useful. Bike and ped is something you mentioned, and it's something I've been interested in for quite a while. Do we have a policy about placement of counters or requiring counters to be put in? What is our approach on counting how people use those?
Currently, it's basically led by desire from the localities. So where the localities are asking for counters to come in, or where someone in the district, like a district administrator or a district planner, sees that there is a significant use of bicycles or enough that we need to start counting this, then they'll ask for counters to be put in.
Again, Madam Secretary, this is a place where the technology has advanced pretty dramatically. As a member of the Arlington County Board, we were getting that information, but I know that the way that they can do it now is so much cheaper and so much more reliable. I wonder whether we should have a policy, the state should have a policy about placing them, because we won't really know if people are using them unless we count. And I think we'll learn things that we might not have learned otherwise. And then just my last question, you had that nice slide that sort of showed all the different players in planning, the little circles. I was struck by the fact that that there's not a circle about multimodal. And so I guess my question is, no matter what project, where you're working in the state, is that a question planning asks? Okay.
part of the normal process. And in fact, the CTP has a bike ped policy that we follow.
Good. Thank you.
I think maybe just making that clearer, because it's a natural part of the process, but I think just making it clear for people to know that would just be helpful.
Put it in that
Yeah.
circle. Just put it in that set of circles, and then the question won't arise.
Anything else? Mr. Talk.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation. I'm just seeking a little clarification about the difference between the STARS program and how it interfaces with the Smart Scale program and the stream of pipeline of projects. And it's really the first we've heard of, I think, about the Smart STARS program in a while.
And the STARS program is focusing on congestion and safety issues. So we're looking at where those two overlap. We're looking at the most critical areas in a jurisdiction. And that's worked very closely with the district planner and the district support staff and any localities. We question them as well on the beginning of the study to make sure that what we are getting in the data is actually what they're perceiving in real life, to make sure that everything matches. So it's a big coordination effort there. And then that is really, it's very cost-benefit to look for the most efficient, effective solutions. So we're really looking for where we get the biggest bang for your buck, really. And those really make very good projects to be applied for in Smart Scale or any methods to get into the 6-year program. And in fact, we have a very good track record of 75% of our recommendations, which again have to be applied for by the localities or the regional entities. 75% actually get funded. So they are actually selected by the localities or the regional entities and made an application, and then they're actually selected by this board for funding. So.
Sherry, I'm sorry, I have one other, I guess, observation. You know, when we do VTrans, by the time we get to next December, we will be adopting our Tier 1 recommendations for our regions. And one of the things that I think hasn't been clear to us is how do those Tier 1 recommendations relate to planning dollars? And so I guess my request would be at some point over the course of the next year for...
Can you all hear Mary?
No, I'm sorry. I'll
No,
slide it forward. Yeah,
Yes.
okay.
I just
Is
want to
this
make
better?
sure.
Sorry.
Sometimes they're very sensitive, and then other times I just notice, yes.
Actually, as you did. So my request is that this is a great opening for us to then think about how planning and the work that this division does is going to intersect with Tier 1 choices that we will adopt at some point next year. And if at some point over the course of the year we could have more a clearer pathway available, because it sounds like right now they're identifying projects, but we may not know what they are in our district. The planners know. Sometimes the MPO knows, but we may not know. So I think we might be missing a connection in how this all works together. We, the CTB.
I know it's been an incredibly busy area. I'm sorry, go ahead.
One thing to that, we're both using the same data, and we're both doing a data-driven process, so there's very good overlap.
But making sure that everyone here understands how they intersect, yeah.
It's really and really honestly, the people in the districts who, Loudoun County or Chesterfield County or whoever's putting applications in, who need help with planning dollars. That's really what this issue is about, is where are the planning dollars coming from and what is available in the state to assist with that versus what people have to come up with on their own.
So I don't know, is Ronique Day in the room? I'm not sure, or Mr. Donohue? Anyway, just making sure it's on their radar as well.
Thank you.
So thank you. There have been a few requests. Oh, is there anything else? Okay, thank you. To shift some presentations because of what is taking place down the hill. And one of those who made the request is Mr. Donohue, who's not in the room. I wonder, would you all just suspend for 2 minutes, and we'll see if we can get him. I think they have the program up. In the meantime, I'm going to,
Get some of that chocolate over there. It's delicious.
I know.
Yes, I apologize. I miscalculated the length of, yes. Well, good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. I appreciate the opportunity to be with you here today. Before I get started with the legislative update, I want to note we are still in the General Assembly session, so what I tell you today is accurate as of this minute and could be inaccurate as of 10 minutes from now. So I just want to really put that caveat out there. Things are extremely fluid in the General Assembly, and I'm going to describe to you Senate Bill 890 today, and I have a very, very strong suspicion that by the end of the day, Senate Bill 890 will say something entirely differently. And that is just the way the process goes. As a quick reminder, we are past crossover. And so that means any bill that started in the House and didn't pass is now dead. Similarly, any bill that started in the Senate and didn't pass out over to the House is also dead. Just this past Tuesday, the budget committees or the appropriations committees put out their amendments to the governor's budget. They'll actually be voting on the budgets tomorrow on the floor. And so we're in that kind of final 2.5 week part of session. And so what most of the action you'll see for this remaining time is figuring out the budget, both in the chamber in which it starts, and then really bills going to conference. And so a lot of the bills that have passed either the House or Senate have certain differences. Sometimes they're very, very small. Sometimes they're otherwise. And in either case, they almost always go to a committee of conference that consists of 3 to 4 legislators from each chamber that sit down and kind of work through these issues and then send out what they hope is a compromise back to each body for consideration. So I just wanted to kind of give you that kind of quick status update before we talk about where things stand.
So, Mr. Williams, is there anything you'd like to add to the process?
The only thing I would add is the bills that are dead in the House because they didn't come out of the Senate because they didn't come out. That doesn't mean they won't be slapped on another bill when it comes over. So they're not real. The idea is not dead, just the particular bill number.
It's very correct.
Which always makes everyone a little nervous to be here. Yeah, you can never leave. Mr. Donohue.
So there are several different proposals that the administration supports on transportation. These are the same ones that I talked about with you before. I'm happy to report all 5 of these pieces of legislation are alive, though all 5 of them do look different than when we started this process. And so again, I'm going to give you an update as to where they were last night and the contents that were in them at that time. because again, it will change as we move forward in this process. I'm going to start with the omnibus pieces of legislation, which again is the large revenue package that we talked about at our last meeting. Both have actually passed their chambers of origin. The House version passed 55 to 43 and is currently in the Senate Finance and Appropriations Committee. We anticipate that will be heard tomorrow afternoon at their 4:30 meeting. The Senate bill passed 23 to 17. That is up actually this afternoon in the House Finance Committee sometime after adjournment. So now I want to go into kind of what the bills do. There are still a lot of commonalities in the bill, and then there are some diverging points, and I'll highlight those. Both bills still take this kind of concept of our current funding model today, where individual revenue streams are deposited in specific accounts, and change that where all revenues flow into a unified Commonwealth Transportation Fund, and then funds are redistributed out. Please do not pay attention to the percentages. Those are different in some of the bills. So again, this is just the graphic itself is what is accurate. Some of the other things have changed along the way, so I wanted to really note that.
Can I just say how important this is? I mean, from our perspective, open, transparent, clear, funding a multimodal transportation system. This, to me, is one of the key features of everything that we're trying to do, so. And really takes up the majority of the legislation.
Yes, it does. So there is, on the revenue sources, the bills have started to diverge to a certain extent. House Bill 1414 still includes all the revenues as in the introduced bill. And so again, that is a reduction in vehicle registration fees of $20 starting in FY22, and then a phased in increase of the gas tax 4 cents a year for 3 years, along with the new highway use fee to collect additional revenues from fuel efficient vehicles. This is what we presented to you all in January. In the House bill, it remains identical to those introduced provisions. And again, here's kind of a revenue chart that shows you the net effect of what that means for transportation. And again, this is within about $3 million. There have been some changes in there with regard to funding to state police and some other items that have minor impacts to this overall net total. But as you can see, it starts around $120 million in year one and then raises up to about $370 million in year four. And so again, that's substantially similar to what we presented to you in January, and the revenue sources are identical to what we presented to you. In the Senate bill, they take a slightly different tact. So they do not reduce any of the existing vehicle registration fees, and they, instead of doing 3 phased-in increases of the fuels tax, they do 2 4-cent increases. They do include the highway use fee for fuel-efficient vehicles, and that provision is identical to what's included in the House bill. And then they have something that's not in the House bill was not discussed in the House and any other legislation, which is in all the areas that do not have the regional fuels tax today, they impose the regional fuels tax in each of those areas, and then those revenues go back to the applicable construction district grant program of that area in smart scale. The other thing that the Senate bill does is it says for communities along the 81 corridor through which 81 does not actually traverse, those revenues would also go back to the construction district grant program in those areas. So, and if you're wondering, like, well, which communities are that? It's like a Floyd County, a Giles County, an Allegheny, or a Bath, things of that nature. We have analyzed the impact of that. We don't believe it will have a material impact on the 81 corridor plan, but it did address some concerns that some members of the legislature had there. And so if you take a look at this next slide, the Senate bill actually raises more money overall there. And so again, you can see it starts out around $200 million in year one and raises up to about $465 million in year four. I do want to note, though, again, that regional fuels tax, that is, going to those specific construction district grant programs. That is not distributed, again, statewide through that kind of distribution that we talked about previously. You'll also notice the highway use fee estimate is lower here because the statewide gas tax increase is lower in this particular version.
Excuse me, Madam Chair.
Mr. Williams.
Do those numbers reflect additional regional districts like the Central Virginia region?
Madam Chair, Mr. Williams, this does not reflect, the fuels tax does include that 2.1% that would be collected under the House bill and the Central Virginia Transportation Authority. For anyone who is and I'm going to get to that bill later, but the bills do not conflict. I just want to state up front, there are some self-executing provisions to ensure consistency there. But yes, as the Senate didn't have a Central Virginia Transportation Authority bill, about 35 to 40 million of that 90 would come from what would otherwise be in the Central
You're going to
Virginia.
address that bill later. I got a couple of other questions for that.
So again, both these bills help address key transportation needs for the Commonwealth. They both significantly increase the revenues available for round 4 of Smart Scale. Again, they do it in slightly different ways. The House bill does it with more statewide money, and the Senate bill does it with more of the regional money and then a smaller amount of state money. They both help restore funding to transit from the cuts from the end of the CPR bonds. They both fund the statewide special structures program. In the Senate, or the House, excuse me, it is actually called the Special Structures Program, while in the Senate it's still the Robert O. Norris Bridge and Statewide Special Structures Fund. They both do increase funding for safety, and they both also increase the interstate, secondary, and city street payments, as well as provide the match for the WMATA PRIA, as well, and establish a transit incentive program. So again, they both still, though again in slightly different ways, address these key needs that were identified in the introduced bill. Both would again establish the Commonwealth or the Virginia Passenger Rail Authority. They authorize debt backed by I-66 inside the Beltway toll revenues, which again we'll be talking about, or will be before you in the action agenda, the memorandum of agreement amendments to help effectuate that issuance there. And both continue to consolidate the Rail Enhancement Fund and the Intercity Passenger Rail Operating Capital Fund into the new Commonwealth Rail Fund, part of which would go to the authority and part of which would remain with DRPT for non-passenger rail authority projects. Both bills expanded the board of the authority, and I should note this is an area of continued discussion with legislators. So as introduced, it was proposed that the authority would be governed by a board of 8 directors. That has been increased to 12, and there's been an additional ex officio member added, and so they added an additional representative from NVTC, PRTC, HRTAC, and Western Virginia. There has been some, again, discussion about whether or not all areas should have 3 or whether or not there should be equal kind of representation between VRE territory and Amtrak territory. As introduced and is currently structured, which we believe is important, it does maintain a balance between VRE and Amtrak. These are 2 different business lines that will be using this same asset, and we do believe it's important to keep a balance between that membership so that both entities will have to work together and neither can outvote the other unilaterally as things move forward. We also added a VRE representative to the board, ex officio. There was an Amtrak representative in the introduced bill, and so we thought that was an appropriate addition. There will, again, requires a supermajority of the board for certain actions. That includes issuing bonds. Again, bonds can only be issued if it's for a capital project that's been approved by this body. So that, again, is a link back to the planning responsibilities the CTB will continue to have, working with the Department of Rail and Public Transportation. And then similarly, no land sales can take place without a supermajority from that body there. And they must continue to submit their annual budget back to this body for an up or down vote every year to, again, ensure the expenditures and use of funds are consistent with the rail policy goals that have been established by the Commonwealth Transportation Board. Under the legislation, you are still the policy board for the state when it comes to transportation issues. You still set rail service policy goals. The Rail Authority is essentially the implementing instrument that would be responsible for operating, maintaining, and overseeing the contracts as well as any construction projects needed to effectuate the policy goals set by this body.
So before you move on, any questions, thoughts? Okay.
I do. Thank you.
Why do I not look so far to my left?
I just question whether it would be beneficial to have a representative from Central Virginia on the Rail Authority.
They're considered as part of Western Virginia. It's all of those
They are?
planning
Okay.
districts.
Okay.
So my colloquial Western Virginia actually includes the entire Culpeper district, along with Lynchburg and Roanoke.
Western Richmond. Yes, but I would say that, yes, Central.
Thank you.
We will update the materials accordingly. My apologies.
Can I just say before we get on this, the really important part of how we distributed membership. It's more than just geographic. We're bringing through the CSX agreement 3 companies, CSX, Amtrak, and VRE. 3 entities where in many ways they compete, commuter, passenger, and freight. They're competing. We want to make sure in this passenger rail authority that we maintain balance between VRE and Amtrak on this board. That is why it is distributed the way it is. And so that was the main premise behind MVTC, PRTC representing VRE, and then Richmond, Hampton Roads, and Central and Western Virginia representing Amtrak. And that was how the balance, so it's 6 and 6. I just wanted to make that clear. It's not just, it's a balance in many ways, but from a business standpoint, that was kind of the fundamental issue. And we're bringing all of these partners together, and that is how we arrived at the
Secretary,
distribution.
I'm just curious how people get appointed.
Madam Chair, Ms. Hines, members would be appointed by the governor subject to confirmation by the General Assembly.
Okay, and when you say from NVTC, you're really talking about the geography associated with
Correct, yes.
NVTC. You're not talking, and the anticipation is that none of these people would be elected officials?
That is correct.
That's the way the legislation is written. So we would just want to, I guess, thinking about it, there would also be a way that names could be sent forward too,
Oh,
right?
of course.
Yeah,
Very much like this board.
right.
Oh.
They're subject to.
Oh, yes.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Just as you are.
Okay.
Madam Secretary, Nick, so will this board have full operational oversight of the rail infrastructure?
Madam Chair, Mr. Kasprowitz, the infrastructure owned by the authority would be under the jurisdiction and purview of the authority.
Okay, so I guess learning from experience as it relates to other rail and transit systems, then having some experience requirement or some industry-specific background on the part of those board members would be critical, especially from a safety perspective and an ongoing maintenance perspective as well.
Yeah, understand completely, Mr. Kasprowitz, and I should also note, rail is treated slightly differently from a federal perspective on a safety standpoint than a highway or something else is. So on the highways, that safety responsibility is kind of rested with VDOT as the owner of the asset. Railroads, through their federal regulation, the Federal Railroad Administration actually inspects tracks for safety issues and other things and has the right to essentially shut down kind of tracks and other things there. And so I did just want to note kind of that nuance there, understand the point you're making completely. But I do think that is kind of an important distinction. So again, on the highway side, that is fully under the operational control of the commissioner, and that is just simply not the case when it comes to this type of rail. Again, subways and light rail are slightly differently. They're under their own kind of safety state oversight, or in the case of WMATA, the Metro Rail Safety Commission. But again, when it comes to commuter, passenger, and freight rail, as we know it, that is fully under the safety jurisdiction of the Federal Railroad Administration. And actually, I believe more than half their employees are safety inspectors who are positioned around the country inspecting this track. One other important thing relative to the board that I didn't mention is the terms are staggered. And the members can only be removed for cause. So similar to this body, you do not serve at the pleasure of the governor, and you are not all appointed at the beginning or midpoint of some governor's term. It is all staggered out over a 4-year period, just like this body. So there are 3 of the bills do have significant safety provisions. As we started earlier, 4 of them did, and I can talk about some of those changes along the way. Again, House Bill 1414, which is the House version of the omnibus, contains all 5 of these safety policies here, which again combined with the investments that would be made under the Virginia Highway Safety Improvement Program, VDOT and DMV anticipate would reduce our fatalities by 120 to 160 people on an annual basis. Again, if you recall, in 2014, we were at 700 fatalities on a roadway. We're now north of 800, and we've actually been there for 3 years. And so we think these provisions here can really make a significant dent in driving down our safety figures. I know this body expressed concern previously when we talked about our safety performance measures and the upward trajectory that was projected. If the legislature enacts these, I think you would see us as staff come back with revised targets for the future years based on the presence and enactment of these policies. They do also, it's important to note that the primary seatbelt, handheld ban, and open container do have a delayed effective date of a year, and it does require that in that interim period, the DMV commissioner work with the Association of the Chiefs of Police, the Sheriff's Association, traffic safety organizations, and social equity groups to work on training materials for law enforcement, as well as educational materials for the general public. A big part of what many legislators have raised with regard to these policies is we need to make sure that law enforcement understand them as well as the public prior to them becoming effective. And then on an ongoing basis, the DMV commissioner would have an advisory council that would monitor the effectiveness of these policies and would determine whether or not they believe they're seeing a disproportionate impact on communities of color or low-income communities. So those provisions that I mentioned there are included in House Bill 1414 as well as in House Bill 1439. On the Senate side, those provisions were originally in Senate Bill 890, which is the omnibus bill. They were stripped out of that bill, and that wasn't necessarily because there was any belief that they were inappropriate policies. On the Senate side, they took the position they're also in another bill. We don't need to have these things in two separate bills. And so that was the main reason there, though Senate Bill 907 was then lost some of those policies as it went through the Senate Transportation Committee, though the House has added almost all of them back in at this time, and again, I'll get to that in 1 minute. Both omnibus bills do establish the Virginia Highway Safety Improvement Program, which directs this body to create a 5-year investment strategy, looking at how you would spend funds in this. This would include both the federal highway safety funds that we've talked about extensively at this board, as well as additional new funds that come from some of the revenues generated by this legislation. As we talked about, both bills also do create the interstate program to govern the money created by the I-81 bill last session. And again, the board would need to develop a prioritization process, as we've discussed previously, to kind of allocate those funds and talk about how they would be used moving forward. And just like Smart Scale, this does link back to either VTrans or a board-adopted corridor plan that a project has to essentially address a problem that's been identified.
Williams.
Does that conflict with the original mission or whatever it was they established out there with when they delineated their membership and all that for the 81 Pact? Does it conflict with it at all?
Madam Chair, Mr. Williams, so the bill also includes specifically a provision saying the prioritization process adopted here shall not apply to any projects or strategies included in the previously adopted I-81 corridor improvement plan and program. And so there is a carve-out recognizing that that has already taken place and it essentially has its own kind of dedicated state and regional funding stream. Now, future versions of that would be subject to the prioritization process, but the base one is considered done, adopted, and moving forward. Both bills do establish a transit incentive program. In the House version, that is the name. In the Senate version, it's the Transit Ridership Incentive Program, or TRIP, if you're looking for the acronym there. Again, these are funds that go to urban areas now of 100,000 or more. That is a change. When the bill was introduced, it was 200,000 or more. So that brings in Charlottesville, Lynchburg, the New River Valley, and some other areas of the state. And again, the key part of this program is to, and Fredericksburg, yes, my apologies. And the key goal of this program, again, is to establish routes of regional significance. In many of our urban areas, we have routes that stop at jurisdictional boundaries, and jobs and housing and other things of that nature simply don't. And so it's really working on putting in place those types of structures in our urban areas in Virginia. And then a portion of the funds can also be used to establish fare reduction or even fare elimination policies on certain transit systems where that may make sense. Again, that is all going to be things governed by policies adopted by this board, working with the Department of Rail and Public Transportation if this is enacted.
Mr. Rucker, I didn't want you to feel left out of that.
Talk about the training measure. There's a person who's of color who's been pulled over 79 times. You talked about the various training programs. What's to be done with that information as it impacts the experience of people of color, individuals who are of lower classes, who are disproportionately impacted by present policies? Because one of my concerns is that this adds on.
So, Madam Chair, Mr. Rucker, I mean, the whole reason for the delayed effective date and this advisory council and the training and educational requirements is to address exactly those types of concerns. And so those are the things that we'll be working with the law enforcement groups, with the social equity organizations, and the traffic enforcement groups to put in place. Those are some provisions that were developed over a number of years with many traffic safety organizations working with members of the Black Caucus to try and address some of the concerns that you've raised there, and I'd be happy offline to kind of go through some of that in more detail, but that is the whole reason for the delayed effective date and those requirements.
So we have an education component as well as a training component, but
And
will you also, Nick, mention Delegate Scott's recommendation on the Joint Commission and going back and analyzing the data about who's getting pulled over?
Yeah, and so there are two requirements. One is that the advisory council review on an annual basis essentially what they're seeing from these policies and determine whether or not they think there's a disproportionate impact on any particular community. And then in the House version of the bill, there is language that would require this advisory council to report to the Joint Commission on Transportation Accountability, which is a group of both House and Senate members that was established to review transportation policies. And so they would be reporting on an annual basis back to that body to ensure there was discussion with members of the legislature about how this was working and not just at kind of an advisory group in DMV. And the intent of that added provision was kind of elevate the oversight and discussion of how these policies were working.
Thank you very much.
So other kind of key provisions, the bill does restore $30 million a year to the Northern Virginia Transportation Authority. It authorizes $1 billion in debt to support the I-81 Corridor Improvement Program, again, backed by the regional fuels tax along that corridor. It restructures the regional fuels taxes to be a cents per gallon tax and indexed to inflation, just like the statewide tax. Some of you may remember in 2013 when we changed the state tax, we put in a floor for it, and we didn't do that for the regional taxes. And so for 5 years, those regional taxes really kind of didn't perform the way as anticipated while the state tax was fine. We believe it's important that whenever you change the state one, you make the exact same change to those regional taxes so we don't end up in that circumstance again. And then it also importantly does provide the remaining funding necessary to complete Corridor Q in Buchanan County there. As some of you we've talked about previously, we have several $100 million in Appalachian Development Highway System funds that will bring that road from the Kentucky border to within 1.6 miles of Grundy. And as things stand currently, without action in this legislation, there is no path forward to actually finalizing that funding. And so the bill does include those provisions. Two other bills, as I mentioned, there's House Bill 1439 and Senate Bill 907. These started with all 5 of the safety provisions that were I've talked about previously. They both also included initially a repeal of the annual safety inspection requirement. In discussions with the legislature, that has now been modified to, instead of repeal the safety inspection, to go with every 24 months instead of 12 months. And so again, we do still believe these are significant safety policies. The one policy that has no longer included in the Senate bill is the speed enforcement and highway safety corridors. That provision was not added to the House when they amended the Senate bill to include more of these provisions. And I do need to note that the Senate bill, when it left the Senate, only actually included 2 of the 5 safety policies. So it included the ability to lower speed limits in residence and business districts, and that included the requirement to wear a seatbelt in the back seat, but only as a secondary offense, not as a primary offense. And so again, we saw the House pass a much stronger version of the safety bill, and they have now amended the Senate bill to essentially mirror the House bill, and we expect there will be a conference committee that will adjudicate the differences here between the two bodies. But again, we'll see what happens as the bills continue to work through the process. There was also the Hampton Roads Express Lanes Bond Act, which initially included an authorization of debt to maintain flexibility regarding the express lanes construction in the Hampton Roads region. That bill, while its title is the same, does not do any of those things anymore. So as Mr. Williams noted, sometimes bills come back, and sometimes bills have the same number but do something different. This is a case of the latter there. And so what this bill would do is it would authorize the Hampton Roads Transportation Accountability Commission to impose tolls on CTB designated hot lanes on I-64 between Jefferson Avenue and Bowers Hill. Prior to HR TAC being able to implement any tolls along that corridor, they would be required to enter into an agreement with CTB and VDOT. There are 3 provisions that the agreement would need to include. One would be the standards for the operations of these express lanes, including toll collection and violations enforcement. The second would be use of toll revenues in general, and then also the reimbursement of the CTB for its expenses to convert the existing HOV lanes into express lanes, some of which are operational and some of which you all advanced at the January meeting for the HOV lanes between 264 and 464. And then finally, other provisions that are necessary to ensure the safe and efficient operations of both the hot lanes as well as the general purpose lanes along these sections of Interstate 64. This bill passed the House, I believe, 65 to 35 or something of that nature, and is before the Senate sometime, I believe, this week. And I apologize, I don't recall if it went to Transportation or to Finance, but it's going to be in probably both those committees before it's all said and done. So a few other bills that I think would be of interest to the body, and I want to stress this is not all bills that any particular member may find of interest. These are bills that I think generally the board as a whole will find of interest. The first is the one that Mr. Williams referred to earlier. This is Delegate McQuinn's bill, House Bill 1541. What this bill would do would establish a Central Virginia Transportation Authority. This authority would be funded with a 0.7% sales tax and a regional fuels tax. These are the same kind of revenue streams that exist today for the Hampton Roads Transportation Accountability Commission. In that bill, revenues are there's 3 different ways in which revenues are used. The first is 50% is returned back to the local governments for their use. The second is 15% is provided to the Greater Richmond Transit Company for transit and mobility services in the jurisdictions encompassed by the authority. And the final is 35% to be used for regional transportation projects selected by the authority. This bill passed the House with a 67 to 31 vote, including strong bipartisan support from legislators in this area. It is currently, I believe, in House Transportation, but it will need to make a few other stops before it goes to the floor, as it is a revenue bill. So I suspect it will go to at least 1, if not 2 more committees as it completes its journey in the Senate. And I said House, I meant Senate Transportation, and will go to Finance.
So the distribution formula is more aligned with the Northern Virginia distribution formula, not the Hampton Roads?
If you had to say it's more aligned with one of the two, it is certainly more aligned with Northern Virginia, but it is significantly different than what's in Northern Virginia. But in Hampton Roads, it's 100% regional, whereas in Northern Virginia, they have some local and some regional. I think the difference is in Northern Virginia, the regional component is larger than the local component, while here, 50% of the money is local.
There's no carve-out for transit in the NOVA one. Transit competes with everything else. So it's 70% regional and 30% local in the NOVA one.
And Madam Chair, I just want to correct what I said previously. The bill is actually not in Senate Transportation. It's in Senate Finance and Appropriations, and that is going to be its only stop, I believe, in a committee. So I apologize. My memory failed me.
Madam Chairman?
It's a shame.
Thank you.
50% local.
Nick, what is the boundary of the Central Virginia Transportation Authority?
The planning district for the area. So it's Richmond, Chesterfield, Henrico, Hanover, Charles City, New Kent, Powhatan, and Goochland.
So we're approaching a scenario where where the rest of the state's catching up with Northern Virginia and Hampton Roads in terms of taxes to fund transportation.
Well, again, in the Senate, they would have imposed that regional tax in all parts of the state that do not have it. And so, again, both bodies are moving in a similar direction in slightly different ways.
But the regional tax in the Senate is fuels tax, is that right?
Correct, which is also included in this one as well.
But not the 0.7 sales
That's
tax,
correct.
which is a huge number. Do you have any idea if this let me rephrase that. Do you have any idea what percent of the people in the Commonwealth are in the MVTC, HR TAC, in Central Virginia?
I believe Northern Virginia
Percent
is
as a
about,
percent of the whole state?
You should know this after all the charts we've been sending. Yeah.
so Hampton Roads is 1.7 million in that planning district commission. Northern Virginia is 2.5 million in that planning district commission, and Central Virginia is 1 or 1.1. So if you add those up and then divide it by 8,
5.3,
so those are the areas that would have both a sales and a fuels tax. If you add in the 81 or Fredericksburg areas. Well, they don't have the sales tax in Fredericksburg or 81.
there's patchworks of different taxes we've done.
And so then, Madam Chair, there's also 2 other bills that deal with regional transportation revenues. Both of these deal with the Hampton Roads area. They are similar but have a key important difference. One is House Bill 1726, introduced by Delegate Askew, and the other is Senate Bill 1038, introduced by Senator Lucas. These would establish a Hampton Roads regional transit program. This would be funded with a 15 cents per $100 of assessed value grantor's tax and a 1% transient occupancy tax. The House bill passed the House 60 to 37. That little note, though, after there is extremely important. It includes a reenactment clause. For those of you who are not familiar with the reenactment clause, it essentially means we believe this is a good idea, but it will only become effective if the General Assembly next year also passes an identical bill. The Senate passed the bill 22 to 18, which is a tighter margin, but that one does not include a reenactment clause. And so again, these bills are making their way through the process, and I suspect ultimately this will be discussed in a conference committee.
Madam Chairman?
No.
Ms. Donohue, do you what's the estimate on tax raise from this?
The Central Virginia Authority, when fully phased in, is around $200 million, and I say fully phased in because the first year you only have 11 months of collections, and Hampton Roads, when fully phased in, is about 25 or 26 million.
So 26 million, and does it go directly to the transportation HRTC, or how does it get distributed?
Madam Chair, as both bills are structured, and I believe there are a few differences that I probably can't describe accurately, but on a general basis, because the funds are both raised in the entire Planning District Commission and just not within the boundaries of HRT service areas, they do flow to the Hampton Roads Transportation Accountability Commission, and then that commission would provide the funds to various transit entities in the area. Or on this slide, one is House Bill 729, sponsored by Delegate Watts. This would restore, in its current version, $70 million to the Northern Virginia Transportation Authority. It does $30 million of that in the same way the governor's omnibus transportation package does through the grantors and hotels tax. And then an additional $40 million would come from state recordation taxes that the bill would say is provided to the authority. This bill passed the House 55 to 45 and is currently in the Senate.
Recordation tax.
Would provide what is currently general funds to the Northern Virginia Transportation Authority. And then there's Senate Bill 735, sponsored by Senator Newman. This authorizes peer-to-peer vehicle sharing in the Commonwealth. I don't know if any of you see the ads for Turo or other kind of companies like that, but the concept is essentially you can share your own private vehicle with others through an app who may not have a vehicle or don't wish to use theirs for whatever reason. So it's just another form of the kind of new technology and mobility services that we're seeing in the Commonwealth. This one, again, is prevalent in many other parts of the country, but is not currently legal in Virginia. And so this bill would authorize that type of vehicle sharing and then would impose rental taxes on these types of vehicles. The current motor vehicle rental tax at the state level in the Commonwealth is 10%. This would say for that any large-scale operation of this nature, you would also pay 10%. But if you're an individual that has, I believe it's less than 6 or it's less than 8 cars, you would pay a tax rate of 6%. And then it also says that if you cannot be an individual that has a share in like 9 different companies that all have 5 cars to seek to avoid essentially the higher tax rate. And that bill passed the Senate 40-0.
Secretary, just a quick question. Nick, do you know the total amount of state recordation tax that comes to the Commonwealth from Northern Virginia?
Madam Chair, Ms. Hines, I do not know, but I suspect it is in excess of $40 million.
Thank you.
Get some of it back.
When
Else?
you, yeah.
Mr.
please.
Miller?
When you say restores funding, what happened? Can you give us the brief history of what took the funding away?
Madam Chair, Mr. Miller, so the reason we're using the term restore instead of provide or generate or something of that nature is when the Northern Virginia Transportation Authority was provided revenues, and again, it's existed since 2002, so when it was provided revenues in the 2013 legislation, there were three funding sources that were provided to the authority: the sales tax, the grantor's tax, and the transient occupancy tax. Due to actions by the 2018 General Assembly, the grantor's tax and hotel tax were both stripped out of funding sources that went to the authority. The net effect of that was it reduced revenues to the authority by, I believe, 80 to 90 some million, and then there was an additional requirement put on local governments that of some of the sales tax money that was returned to them by the authority, because there's a local component in Northern Virginia, that 27.2 million of that needed to be provided for specific uses. And so when we say restore, we're talking about seeking to return money in an amount up to what the authority previously had. So the final two pieces of legislation that I wanted to mention, Madam Chair, one is House Bill 1217 by Delegate Tran. This would direct VDOT to conduct a study of essentially what we call at-risk infrastructure. And by at-risk infrastructure, we mean infrastructure that's at significant risk of deterioration due to recurrent flooding. The bill, as it passed the House, which was a 60 to 39 vote, would be restricted to just Planning District 8. As introduced, it was I believe it also applied to Lynchburg and Hampton Roads. For whatever reason, along the way, those provisions were scaled back, and the report is due on the first day of the 2022 session. So again, there was some recognition that this might take some time to examine there. And then the last one is Senate Bill 437, sponsored by Senators Surville and Vogel. This is a bill that would make it a Class 1 misdemeanor to drive in a careless or distracted manner and to cause serious bodily harm to a vulnerable road user, which is essentially defined as a pedestrian, a bicyclist, or someone else on the roadway legally who is not in a motor vehicle. And today that is apparently not the case.
Which is why I wrote to you, because I was very surprised.
Passed the Senate 25 to 15. So again, as I noted, this is far from all the bills that are currently still alive, and certainly does not discuss a number of bills that are no longer with us, which may or may not arrive, as Mr. Williams noted, in a different form later in the process. But this is a snapshot of where things stood yesterday at around 8 p.m. when I finished this presentation. I honestly, in all seriousness, some of this will change today. So I want to be as clear as I can. This is a snapshot in time of where things are in a very active and moving process. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
There's nothing going on. I will just say this, the open container, was the change made to make it a traffic infraction?
Yes, so as introduced, the provisions that would have made the Commonwealth have a federally compliant open container law, which essentially means you can't have an open bottle of alcohol in the passenger area of a car. As originally drafted, that was a Class 4 misdemeanor. In the current versions of the legislation, it is a traffic infraction in the Senate version of the bill, and my understanding is the House patron has the intent to make the House bill also have a traffic infraction, not a Class 4 misdemeanor, as that continues to move through the process, which is a similar type of penalty to primary seatbelt or other items that are listed in that proposal.
I just wanted to clarify that. Anything else? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Donohue. Cathy McGhee, would it be possible for you to go after lunch? Is that okay? I do see Mr. King here, so I do want to get the at-risk briefing up this morning. And I'm going to ask the board, I know that there are some folks here for the public hearing piece of this. So after this presentation, I wanted to ask if there would be any objection to suspending the workshop, going into the action meeting, allowing people to, present their public comments, and then returning. Would there be any objection? Mr. Walton in the back. Can I ask you a question? Well, Does this give everyone sufficient time to sign in?
That's my question.
Okay, we have more. I just wanted, to make sure, and we have our attorney general here, just want to make sure everything's. Okay.
What I suggest is if you suggested is that after the end of this presentation, you suspend the workshop, begin the action meeting for public comment purposes only. At the end of that public comment, you then suspend the action meeting, go back to the workshop, but then when we do get to the action meeting later on, if there are other folks who have not had an opportunity to speak during public comment, to allow them to do it at that time.
Great. So thank you for that. I just, for everyone to sit through hours, I know it's riveting, but for y'all to sit here, I would really like to be able for you all to present if possible. So with that, Kim Pryor? Mr. King, are you a part of this?
I'm going to go through the presentation, and any questions Mr. King will take care of.
Oh, we're so glad you're here.
Yes, me too. Madam Secretary, members of the board, I'm going to brief you on 3 projects that are smart scale at-risk projects. The 3 projects are safety improvements to Route 122 and Route 636 in the Salem district. This will be a budget increase request. The second project is also in Salem district, Hollins Road and Orange Avenue intersection improvements. This will be a transfer request of revenue sharing funds that will come to you next month, but this will be the explanation of the need for that. And then finally, I-64 signalization at Ahlin Road in Goochland County in the Richmond district. This is a cancellation request. By way of reminder, the board's smart scale policy does specifically address changes to scope and/or budget and require that projects be rescored if there are changes to either the scope or the budget such that the anticipated benefits relative to the funding requested would have changed. And also, by way of reminder, if the estimate changes on a project prior to advertisement or award and it exceeds the threshold shown here, board action is required to approve those increases. Changes below those thresholds are handled administratively and brought to you monthly on my transfer report. Also, by way of reminder, the smart scale policy specifies that a project that has been selected for funding should be initiated and at least a portion of the funds programmed and expended within a year of selection, or it may be subject to reprogramming cancellation. And then finally, the board's 6-year program development policy indicates that projects that are selected for one of the smart scale programs, either high priority or district grant, can only be canceled by an action of the board. And in the event that a project is not advanced, when requested by the board, it can be canceled and the expended funds reimbursed to the department. So for the first project, this is a safety improvement project at 122 and Route 636. This project was submitted by Franklin County in round 1 of Smart Scale. The total project cost was $2.7 million. It was funded completely with district grant funds. The project is VDOT administered and was scheduled to go to construction in FY21. The original scope included a northbound left turn lane onto Route 122 and an improved southbound right turn lane onto Route 122, as well as some access management components. After the project was selected, the predominant crash pattern changed significantly from rear end to angle crashes. There were also several fatalities at this location. The angle crashes have increased for vehicles turning from the side street, and there is a significant increase in severe injury and fatal side street angle crashes as well. VDOT identified some proposed improvements to address this new crash problem. We evaluated a traffic signal at the location and also a roundabout. The roundabout is recommended treatment as it better addresses the safety issues at the location. A citizens information meeting was held in January, and the majority of comments were very supportive and positive about the roundabout. Franklin County last night or yesterday endorsed the change to the project and supports the roundabout design as well. This is just a diagram of the proposed roundabout design. The estimated cost of the revised scope is $4.3 million. This is an increase of $1.6 million. There are sufficient unallocated and surplus Salem District grant funds available to cover this cost increase. The chart below shows the difference in cost and the resulting difference in what the score would have been had it cost this amount originally. The project originally ranked 9 out of 20. With the new cost, it would have ranked 11 out of 20, well above the lowest ranked funded project, and would have been selected. The project currently has about $700,000 in expenditures. So the recommendation for your action in March would be to approve a transfer of district grant funds from the district's balance entry to cover the additional cost of the project design refinement to the roundabout design so that we can adequately address the safety issues at the location. Any questions on that before I go to the next project?
Mr. Smoot, anything?
Madam Chair and fellow board members, I think this is an excellent example of searching for and finding a better solution to a safety issue. As noted in the presentation, the project at this new funding level still would have been approved within the allocation of district funds had that been known at the time. And I hope that the board will concur that this project will move forward as now defined.
The next project is Hollins Road and Orange Avenue, also in the Salem district. This project has had a cost increase, and I'll walk you through the basics of this one. This project was submitted by the city of Roanoke in round 2. The original cost was $3.5 million. It also was completely funded with district grant funds. It is VDOT administered. The project includes an eastbound right turn lane onto Orange Avenue at Hollins Road, as well as left turn lane improvements in both directions on Orange Avenue. There's also some added capacity to Hollins Road in the immediate vicinity of the intersection, and a reconstruction of the existing traffic signal, which is actually a companion HSIP project. The project was initially advertised in March of 2019. The bids came in high above the evaluative estimate. So the district went back and reviewed the scope of the project to try to bring the scope back in line with the budget. Hollins Road pavement reconstruction was reduced. We also shortened the pavement transition on Hollins Road and removed some previously included landscaping. The Smart Scale Working Group, which is an internal group of a cross-disciplinary group within the department, and DRPT and district representatives, reviewed these changes to confirm that they would not negatively impact the benefits associated with the project, and approved of the changes. The project was subsequently advertised again. Bids came in January, still high. We believe this is in part due because of the fact that it's a relatively small job in an urban area, and then also there's low production rates resulted in high unit costs across the bid items. And so at this point, we feel that we've exhausted all cost reduction opportunities. The contingency on the project has also been released. It was about $200,000. So the estimated cost to award the project at this point is $5.1 million, which is a shortfall of $1.6 million. The city of Roanoke has requested a transfer of $1 million in revenue sharing, including their local match, to cover the majority of the shortfall, leaving a remaining shortfall of $0.6 million. There is sufficient funding in Salem District grant funds that are unallocated and surplus to cover this shortfall as well. The chart here shows you the change in the cost and also the change in the score that would result based on the new cost. And again, as with the previous project, originally this project ranked 14 out of 18 based on the revised cost. The project would still have been funded. It would have been ranked 15 out of 18. So the recommendation that will be before you in March will be to approve the requested revenue sharing transfer and to transfer the balance needed to fully fund the project from the available surpluses and unallocated amounts in Salem District grant funding. Any questions on that one before I go to the last one?
Madam Chair, fellow board members, this project is a bit frustrating in the sense that not many bidders came to the project, and the need for the project has increased beyond what was known at the time the project was originally envisioned, because this intersection, which is on the Route 460 East Corridor, serves the Roanoke Valley Trash Transfer Station. And because of the failure to reach a renewal agreement with Norfolk Southern to operate the trash train, which takes all of this trash now from this collection point up to the Smith Gap landfill, the trash will now be traveling from the station by trucks, and that will be about 50 trucks per day that will use this already heavily congested intersection. So while, again, none of that was known at the time the project originally came along, I think it's an additional compelling reason why action is needed. And as Kim pointed out, the funding is available within funds deallocated or reallocated in the Salem district, and the participation of $500,000 by the city of Roanoke.
Okay. Last project is in Richmond District. It's a ramp signalization at I-64 and Route 623 in Goochland County. This project was submitted by Goochland County in round 1 of Smart Scale. It would include a new traffic signal at the eastbound I-64 on and off ramps at Route 623. The project costs $766,000. Smart Scale funds totally funded it with district grant funding. The project is VDOT administered. The signal does not meet our signal warrants, which prevents us from being able to install the signal. At the time this project was submitted, we did not require a signal warrant analysis to be submitted with the project application. We have subsequently changed the readiness requirements for Smart Scale projects, in large part because of this project, to require a warrant analysis to be included with any application for a signal. The project was scheduled to begin preliminary engineering in October, but has not advanced to scoping because of the issues with the signal. The district staff has worked extensively with Goochland County to identify a viable alternative to the signal. A modular roundabout was reviewed but not recommended from this location due to the high volume of trucks, and a full roundabout would be cost prohibitive in this location. So the district is recommending cancellation of the project. So the recommendation that will come to you in March for action is cancellation of this project and the transfer of the district grant funds back to the Richmond District balance entry for reallocation in round 4. We do expect a resolution from the Goochland County Board of Supervisors prior to your action in March. While the county would prefer to keep the funding and reallocate it to a project of their choice, they understand the restrictions of the Smart Scale funding. And so we do anticipate a resolution from them prior to your action. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Chairman, going back to the one just before this one, we learn anything here in terms of helping us? I know this, it's taken, you think about the amount of work that's gone into this. So we got a project, we went through the whole Smart Scale process, all the planning, all that, and we went to bid. And it came back and was unacceptable. So we value engineered, and we went out again. And then we came back, and it was still unacceptable. And it's 50% change after the value engineering. Not a big number, but it's still 50% difference after the value engineering. And if we'd done it up front, like we're doing it now, all that extra work that y'all went through at the district and at the VDOT level would not have happened, and we wouldn't be talking about it. So my question is, is it just an anomaly? Did we learn something? Is there something we can take forward? So all that time and work of all you folks doesn't have to be for naught?
We have significantly strengthened our application validation processes. We're paying a lot of attention to validating the estimate compared to the scope, making sure adequate risk is included in those estimates. So absolutely, we continue to learn and strengthen our processes for reviewing these applications. I'm not going to say that we'll hit it 100% of the time, always going forward, but programmatically, if you look across all of the smart scale projects, the net change in smart scale funding for all roughly 450 projects is less than 1%. It's really good. Yeah.
I think what Kim pointed out that's important is a small project like that in an urban area, it's gonna, the unit pricing is, because of the sheer irritation and aggravation for the contractor, is gonna go way up, and sometimes we don't encompass that in our.
Having said that, then we should know that, right?
I know, I said, and sometimes we don't encompass that in our.
I know the districts have, certainly in the Hampton Roads districts, they've become more involved pre-submission to validate the estimates, and perhaps that catches a lot of this, I don't know. But I can imagine the hours that went into this project to try to get it done, and it's just, you know, I just hate to see us lose that time.
Okay, anything else? Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Yates.
Maybe it sounds like cancellation, the money could be used more in Salem District. What do you think, Mr. Smith?
Hey, hey.
Mr. Brown is not here. This is good time for a motion.
Right.
But out of order. Thank you. With that, I am going to suspend the workshop and convene the action meeting.
Purposes of public hearing.
And so, in the action meeting, and there's Mr. Lighty, hi. I know you're number one. During our public comment period, for those of you who are here to address the CTB, we ask you to try to limit your remarks to 3 minutes to give everybody a chance to speak. We generally do not, this is so hard for me, we generally do not respond. At the time, we allow everyone to present their comments without comments from the board. So we will take that and keep notes. I see that many of you have subjects regarding birds, which is an issue we've been working on a long time. And there was a press release that went out last week, and I know that members of the environmental subcommittee did receive a copy of it. I'm not sure if the whole entire board had, but just in case, Amy White is going to get a copy of it to all the members, so at least you know what was announced last week on Valentine's Day. And with that, Mr. Lighty, welcome. How are you?
Well, thank you. Secretary Valentine, CTB members, Commissioner Bridge, Director Mitchell, my name is Bill Lighty, and I'm representing the Hampton Roads Bridge Tunnel Seabird Action Team today, a coalition of birding enthusiasts, birding organizations, and concerned citizens regarding the seabird colony at the South Island of HRBT. The colony is not just the most significant breeding ground for a number of species of seabird, but is the most significant breeding ground in the Mid-Atlantic region for 2 imperiled species, the sandwich and royal terns, and 1 endangered species, the gull-billed tern. Secretary Valentine, as you noted in your January meeting, this issue is not new to this body, or at least not to you. You and the Commissioner inherited this issue when you came into office 2 years ago. The original environmental studies of the HRBT Third Crossing Project fully recognized the significance and environmental importance of the bird colony on the South Island. In December of 2017, the Trump administration issued a broad environmental policy that, in effect, stated that the destruction of the colony would be considered incidental to construction activities associated with the third crossing. For members of this body, you need to know that in October of 2018 and again in March of 2019, your sister gubernatorially appointed agency, the Board of Game and Inland Fisheries, unanimously sent resolutions of concern regarding the impending loss of the colony to the Secretaries of Transportation and Natural Resources. Yes, this issue is not new. What is new is the governor's intervention. We are grateful to Governor Northern, Secretary Strickler, and Secretary Valentine for their leadership on this issue. We need to remember, however, that the pledge to restore the pre-Trumpian environmental policies to regulation, by regulation, is indeed a very monumental announcement. We are, however, at an inflection point. The governor has made his wishes known. He has stated some bold commitments, but it's up to this board and the Board of Game and Inland Fisheries to carry through those commitments to make them a reality. The birds return in April, 25,000 of them, 20,000, but there'll be 5,000 after they hatch. We urge you as a board to take the steps necessary that you feel appropriate to ensure the governor's commitments become a reality. As you are aware, much of the burden of keeping the governor's commitments will fall on your sister agency, the Department of Game, Land, and Fisheries. But let's put some perspective on this. DGIF's budget is $62 million a year. VDOT's budget is $6.5 billion a year. VDOT is 105 times larger than the Department of Game, Land, and Fisheries. DGIF cannot carry through on the governor's commitment without the full partnership and resources that VDOT brings to the table. We urge this board to make a commitment to be a full partner in that initiative. At the request of the birding community, the Army Corps of Engineers on February 4th, 2020, reopened the comment period for the permit for the Hampton Roads Bridge Tunnel construction project. That action was based upon the significant revision to the permit application that VDOT filed on December 23rd, 2019. The comment period ends tomorrow, February 20th. Many people in this room have filed comments. In our comments to the Army Corps of Engineers, we will be asking for three things. One, reopen the application for the full public hearing, not just comments. Two, link the tunnel construction permit to the permitting process for an adjacent artificial island as envisioned by the governor. Three, require a revised environmental impact statement to include the construction of the proposed artificial island. We hope that you will see these comments to be as helpful to expediting and fulfilling the governor's proposal as we do, not as a hindrance to the timely completion of the third crossing. It is possible to work together on this issue. Here's my request of you as CTB board members. Refer the issue to the Environmental Committee for review and recommendation on actions as you see necessary to see the governor's vision carried out. We ask four things. One, that the Commonwealth Transportation Environmental Subcommittee create an action plan to guide the implementation of the governor's directives. Two, that a system of monitoring the progress of the governor's pronouncements be established with the regular updates be provided to this full board and to the public. Three, that improved accountability and transparency become a hallmark of this initiative. I know Secretary Valentine's, that's something you value. And four, that the CTB Environmental Committee hold a joint meeting with the DGIF Habitat Committee to establish communication linkages that will be necessary for a full understanding of the perspectives on this issue. I wish to close by saying that none of us here in the birding community wish to see the construction of the tunnel delayed or stopped. This issue can indeed become a model for environmental stewardship, but it will take much work on the details. Your oversight as the CTB board members is critical to the governor's making the governor's commitments a reality. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr.
Madam
Lady.
Secretary, if you don't mind, I'll just ask the folks in the audience that have come to support today to stand. Maybe they won't all have to speak that way.
That would be great. Well, I didn't even recognize that side of the room. I only said, oh my gosh, I didn't want y'all to wait. No, we really appreciate you all being here. We know how important this is from your perspective and from ours. And Mr. Lady, I do want you to know that we do see ourselves as a full partner with DGIF.
Thank you. And I have to say, because I served in the same capacity that Nick serves now at one point, that guy is a rock star.
Mr. Donohue? The one I can never find? Wait a minute.
We have other descriptions.
Yes, we think so too. Thank you very much. Yes, sir. And Frazier, you even knew the order in which you signed up.
So, Madam Secretary, members of the board, thanks for this opportunity to comment. I am Jim Frazier. I have been a faculty member at Virginia Tech for 39 years on the Department of Wildlife Conservation. And I was also a lead on a VDOT-funded project to provide conservation recommendations for the birds at HRBT. So I'd like to try to convince you or tell you why this is such a hot button issue for bird advocates these days. You know, we deal with bird habitats all the time, but this is a big deal. And the reason it is, there's two reasons. One is the seabird populations in the state have been declining over a period of 25 years. 60% decline in the last 25 years. This is not just Virginia, this is coastwide, but that's a Virginia statistic. And the second thing is that this colony is a major colony in the state. A typical seabird colony or waterbird colony in Virginia is fewer than 100 pairs of birds. In 2018, HRBT had more than 8,000 pairs of birds out there, and with their young, that produced a population of 25,000 birds, which is the number that you've been seeing from time to time. So just to give you an idea of how this figures into the state in terms of individual species, HRBT has 98% of sandwich terns in the state, 84% of royal terns, 45% of the common terns, 23% of black skimmers, 24% of laughing gulls. So you could see that if we break this roost up and those birds disappear, it's going to be a huge hit on the birds in the state. Our report, just briefly, our main comment or our main suggestion was build an alternative island. That works other places. It's been done in many other states. I don't know why there seems to be resistance to that here in Virginia. But just as an example, I just learned last week, in 2017, North Carolina did a survey of their seabirds, and they found a little bit over 12,000 royal terns and just a little bit under 3,000 sandwich terns. Every single one of them was on a dredged material island, every single one. So, and many other seabird species too, but those, their entire populations were down there. And this is going to be a technique that we're going to have to use in the future as sea levels come up. If we want to keep these birds as part of our avifauna, we're going to have to start doing this, and this is probably a really good time to do it. I'm used to 50 minutes, so this is hard. I will say that we've had lots of discussions about where could we build this island, and I will say that I can just tell you there are lots of really good places. I mean, the considerations are shallow water to make it cheaper, keeping it out of critical airspace, keeping it out of shellfish leases, such things. There are lots of places. Just to give you an example, there's Hampton Bar right next to the North Island. Hampton Flats, just a little bit farther to the west. The shallows north of Pig Point near the old Navy Pier. West of Ragged Island across from Newport News. There's lots of places that meet those criteria. So placement should not be a problem. It should be a snap. Oh, let's see, I'm out of time. Just let me say I applaud the governor's trying to provide some bridging habitat. That's good. I will say that Wool Island is probably not going to be enough. We had those seabirds occupied 6 acres. The flat space on Wool Island, those of you who don't know it, there's mostly occupied by an old fort, but the flat space is about 1.2 acres. So I don't know that that's going to do it in its entirety. And since I'm out of time, I'll stop. But thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Frazier. We'll look forward to working with you. You might not have 50 minutes, though. Yes. Is it Terry Cuttrell? I remember you from last time. How are you?
Madam Secretary, members of the board, the CFTB, and Commissioner Britch, I'm Terry Cuthrell, and I am an officer on the board of the Virginia Society of Ornithology. When I spoke with you in January, I asked that a well-defined plan be created to manage, protect, and sustain the migratory seabirds on South Island of HRBT. And we are very happy that the Governor Northam, has intervened and outlined a solution. However, as you've heard this morning, there are some significant barriers to a successful outcome in the proposed assortment of measures to protect the birds who will be back in Hampton Roads within 6 weeks. I'm concerned about a number of issues. Can moving the birds to a location where extermination of pests must be undertaken be done successfully without harming the birds in such a short period of time? Will the state be able to acquire, anchor enough barges in Hampton Roads Harbor to accommodate the whole colony of birds? And is this body committed to management of the birds who will nest on the South Island? What are the specific elements of this plan? We are hoping for success, but there is a lot that we don't yet know. It appears from the schedule shown on the recent Norfolk City Council update that you expect permitting for the expansion project to be complete in October 2020, pushing the start date from early May to October 2020. And although VDOT's schedule on the Jordan application has not been updated, as I could find from December 2019, it appears that by moving this date back, clearance has been provided to allow the birds to nest on the South Island for the 2020 season. In any case, since scientists have questions about Fort Wool and the barge habitat that may not be sufficient, I respectfully request that this board offer the north end and part of the west side of the South Island for regraveling and nesting until the birds leave in August 2020. Also, island building must be underway immediately in order to be prepared for the 2021 nesting season. The governor's plan leaves much open to discussion regarding where the island will be located, how it will be funded, and how to fast-track the project. Waiting years to create a habitat is likely to cause substantial disruption of Virginia's seabird populations. We can't assume that under prolonged habitat stresses, the population will be able to recover, and this could lead to one of the most devastating yet avoidable single loss of such a critical Virginia habitat in recent memory. Creation of an island habitat is an issue that we still have time to get right. Questions of planning, funding, permitting, and timing must be resolved with haste. We advocate timely accomplishment by tying this new habitat to the Hampton Roads Bridge Tunnel expansion project. Thank you for your efforts to provide oversight to protect this important seabird colony. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for coming back. Roberta Kellum? If you'd like to associate your remarks with anyone else, you are also welcome to do that. Oh, I'm sorry, Laurie Greenleaf? That's okay. Sometimes I switch up order. Thank you for saying that. I appreciate that. Hi.
Good morning, members of the Commonwealth Transportation Board. Is that too loud? I sound loud to myself. Members of the Commonwealth Transportation Board, Secretary Valentine and Commissioner Britch, good morning. My name is Laura Greenleaf. When we were here 1 month ago to address the looming crisis of Virginia's largest seabird colony, displaced by the HRBT expansion project, we were assured that there really wasn't a crisis at all. VDOT had it in hand all along. But if that were the case, we wouldn't need to be here today. And if that were the case, VDOT already would have gravelled and sanded a portion of South Island or prepared other substitute nesting ground for the birds' imminent return. If that were the case, the actual work of creating new permanent habitat would be underway. Last month, Secretary Valentine praised the Environmental Committee as the ideal place to address issues such as the HRBT colony, promised us that VDOT would provide us with current updates, and directed us to the CTB website as a means of staying informed about meetings. But in the intervening weeks, I don't believe we've received any new information from VDOT. The agenda for today's meeting was not online until this past Friday afternoon, the same time the governor's office released the Secretary of Natural Resources plan to protect migratory birds. The CTB agenda did not include a meeting of the Environmental Committee or an agenda item dedicated to the seabird colony. Also at the January meeting, Commissioner Britch stated, quote, "I want to assure you that VDOT has been doing not only everything that's compliant with state and federal law, but going beyond what is in state and federal law to try to find some solution," end quote. A later written statement provided to those making inquiries to VDOT about the seabird colony ends with, quote, "Please know that the Commonwealth will work towards the best result possible for the birds and bird habitat in the Hampton Roads region," end quote. Presumably, VDOT has determined conservation measures to be impossible, because the same statement earlier asserts that VDOT ruled out all of the mitigation options their own Virginia Tech researchers presented to them as unsuitable or unlikely to be permittable, among other reasons. VDOT has not, to my knowledge, provided a fully transparent, in-depth explanation of how they came to these conclusions. including a definition of and criteria for suitability. I appreciate the Northam administration's forthright commitment to protecting migratory birds. It is unequivocally a step in the right direction, but in a matter of weeks, thousands of skimmers, terns, and gulls are going to return to Hampton Roads to attempt to nest on South Island. Responsibility for their fate rests with VDOT. The nearly $4 billion expansion is VDOT's project and has been since its earliest stages of development 20 years ago, and VDOT is responsible for its consequences. There have been too many promises and assurances and too much equivocation. Certainty and verification are long overdue. Members of the board, I ask that you hold VDOT to its own high standards of accountability and transparency. And I have been asked by Jessica Sims of the Virginia chapter of the Sierra Club, she had to step away, that the Virginia chapter of the Sierra Club endorses our recommendations to you today. Thank you.
Thank you. I do, just to clarify that the recommendations that came out from the governor's office with Secretary of Natural Resources and Transportation were all done hand in hand. So it's not separate, it was all done collaboratively. With that, it is now Roberta Kellum. Good afternoon.
Is it afternoon already? I was going to say good morning. Okay, well, good afternoon, Secretary Valentine and Commissioner Britch and the members of the board. My name is Roberta Kellum. I spoke with you before. I'm from Franktown, Virginia. I hope that each of you received an email from me this morning with attachments. It was a copy of a letter that I wrote, as well as the relevant portions of the design-build contract for the Hampton Roads Bridge Tunnel, copies of 2 resolutions of the Virginia DGIF Board related to saving the birds at the HRBT, and 2 draft resolutions for this board's consideration. The draft resolutions are substantially similar, but one resolution is endorsed by all of the Seabird group, which was represented by Bill Leidy and all of the other speakers who have preceded me, and it includes myself. And the other is just something that I had a particular, I guess, itch I had to scratch. So with that, I am grateful that the governor has sent a clear message that Virginia's migratory birds do matter, and it says a lot that the governor had to get involved in this issue. I'm hopeful that VDOT, the board, and the design builder can appreciate that just like the HRBT itself is owned by the citizens of Virginia, so too are the birds that reside on the South Island. It is clear from the governor's announcement that the bird management plan leaves open the opportunity for VDOT's design builder to kill birds, destroy nests, and utilize any number of harmful tactics to eradicate the bird colony from the South Island. I remain very concerned about the lack of clarity and transparency as to how the birds at the South Island will be protected this year and how VDOT and DGIF will accomplish the relocation of a bird colony of this size. Our group developed a resolution for the board consideration that would support the governor's announcement and fully authorize VDOT to participate in carrying out the governor's goals as described by Mr. Leidy. A resolution from this board would help to support the transparency and oversight that the public has requested. In addition, I proposed an alternative resolution that would also provide the board's authorization to VDOT to limit the authority of the design builder to haze birds at South Island. Hazing is not defined in the contract, and that has led to confusion about the scope and responsibilities. Also, contracting out the management of Virginia's natural resources to the lowest bidder seems to stretch VDOT's authority into DGIF territory and limit the public's ability to obtain information through the Freedom of Information Act. In closing, I think we all want the same thing here. which is to reduce the need for me and all of us to travel to Richmond and come before this board anymore. But actions speak louder than words. Saving these birds are very important to me, and I want my grandchildren to be able to enjoy all of the natural resources of the Bay, just like we have all of our lives. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Kim Harrell? Hello.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kim Harrell. I was born in Richmond, Virginia, and have lived here all my life. I'm a board member of Richmond Audubon Society. I'm going to take a little bit different tack today and talk about just about the value, the economy of birds in Virginia, but through my personal experience. A few years ago, I made Virginia's wildlife my mission for that year, traveling throughout the state. I took my kayak in lakes, rivers, marshes, the Chesapeake Bay, the Atlantic Ocean. I went on many small boat trips. For 3 of those, I hired the whole boat and its captain. I also survived 4 offshore Gulf Stream trips in all seasons. For 2 of those, I chartered the entire boat and its crew. If you call your financial advisor and ask if you can please have some money to go charter a deep-sea fishing boat, it helps if he really likes fishing. In that year, I crossed the Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel at least 54 times and the HRBT at least 60. I live in Richmond, remember. I did catch 1 fish, but I'm not an angler. I go for birds. I spent over $1,000 just in green top sporting goods alone on muck boots, camouflage clothes, warm outdoor clothes, cool outdoor clothes, hats, gloves, hand warmers. What the heck is a thermocell anti-bug device, insect repellent, sunscreen, and more. At other local retailers, I bought various expensive optics and a custom touring bicycle for getting around. I bought a federal duck stamp, a National Park and Wildlife Refuge pass, and a Virginia Wildlife Management Area access permit. But I'm not a hunter. I go for birds. When I go, I'm a customer. I stay in hotels and motels, Chincoteague, Exmoor, Cape Charles, Bridgewater, Stanton, Suffolk, and someplace on the side of 81 that I never knew what it was called are just a few. I go for birds, but when I go, I eat in restaurants in South Hill, Emporia, Monterey, Wakefield, Chantilly, and Virginia Beach, where in winter I personally keep 1 Italian restaurant and 2 Taco Bells in business. I go for birds, but I support local merchants, gas stations, events, craftspersons, and services everywhere I go, and I go a lot. In Virginia's big cities, small towns, and wide spots in the road that I never would have known about if there hadn't been a bird there that I wanted to see. I'm certainly VDOT's customer, having driven nearly 1 million miles on Virginia's roads and cycled over 5,000 miles. Our wildlife should not be seen as a hindrance or an inconvenience to business and growth, but a driver of Virginia's economy and a treasure to be protected. It's not too late to do the right thing for the HRBT birds for this year. Please do the right thing. I thank you very much for your efforts so far, and thank you for listening.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. Is it Tom Charlock? Hello, sir.
Tom Charlock, Newport News. I've done time in that city, as I believe my junior Marty Williams. But, and I believe that Shelley Simons has communicated with you about the birds that are chirping in our area.
And our office sent a note to her on Friday about the announcement.
President has contacted the governor on this issue. He's teaching at Hampton University, so he couldn't be here. And Tyler Madison, our president in the York River Sierra Club, couldn't be here because there have been scheduling problems, and she didn't know because we have a meeting tonight. And so, but my remarks would be redundant on what the others say, but there are 6 billion of us. There's very little of nature that we see on a daily basis. And In Hampton Roads, one of the signature aspects of nature is the seabird, and a little bit of remediation, I think about 0.1% of the cost for that enormous bridge tunnel project, we could rescue the seabirds. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sharlock. Thank you for coming. Okay. Let's see, Laura Niels. Neil?
Neil, yes.
Neil.
Let's see.
Hello.
Hello. Good afternoon, Secretary Valentine, and commissioners. My name is Laura Neal, and I'm serving as president of the Rockbridge Bird Club and speaking on their behalf today. We have sent letters to Commissioner Brick and to Vice Chair Whitworth, he's not here today, expressing our concerns about the colony of seabirds whose nesting grounds have been paved over by VDOT. I have driven to Richmond today in order to express my conviction that the Commonwealth Transportation Board focus its power on finding a resolution for an impending tragedy that is within its purview to make right. The paving of South Ahlin without having created an alternative nesting area of comparable quality and size for a well-established colony of nesting seabirds is unbelievable to me, but thankfully, there is a way to remedy the situation. It is truly a wonder that this colony of birds coexists with us humans in a metropolitan area that is comprised of so many massive industrial endeavors and is the center of shipping commerce, naval operations, military infrastructure, and more. All these birds, herring gulls, great black-backed gulls and laughing gulls, sandwich terns, gull-billed terns, royal terns, common terns, and black skimmers, have established their breeding grounds on an island created from the spoil materials from construction of the tunnel. They have been returning every spring for decades, and now many of their traditional nesting grounds are gone to human development or rising waters or taken over by invasive species who prey upon their nests by eating their eggs and chicks. This island is so critical for these birds that their existence may depend on your decision to provide an alternative. It is my fervent wish that you take action now and return portions of South Island to the returning birds and that a new island be constructed as part of the tunnel expansion project. Over in the mountains, VDOT is looking at wildlife corridors to protect both vehicles and animals. Isn't this a similar situation? These birds are going to make their nests this year, even if it is on Interstate 64. Disaster. 20,000 birds frenetically following their instincts. Whoa. Governor Northam's announcement that actions will be taken by DGIF to protect the birds this season and beyond is very encouraging. I'm hopeful that planning is underway and that involved state and federal agencies will follow the counsel of wildlife biologists who have been consultants on the project. There are thousands and thousands of bird watchers and bird lovers in Virginia and around the nation. Last fall's report of 3 billion birds lost since the 1970s hit us hard. The ongoing success of this nesting colony means an awful lot to a lot of people. We urge your active involvement in following the experts' lead in preserving this colony by providing safe nesting grounds for this year, and please start building a new island for next year as soon as possible. Thank you for accepting public comment.
Thank you, Ms. Neal. Cheryl Young.
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Madam Secretary, members of the board, and all present. I am Cheryl Youngs from Virginia Beach. Can you imagine showing up at your hospital to have your baby and find that it's been mowed down and paved over? You know, on a simple level, I thought you might laugh. I am here for the seabirds. That will show up in 2 to 4 weeks. I understood they were going to show up in March, and I heard earlier that it would be April. But they're here to nest, as you well know, at the bridge tunnel. I understand that VDOT was well aware of this problem when they were planning for the expansion. They contacted the Virginia Department of Game and Fisheries for suggestions to deal with the fact that this nesting area would be paved over. Suggestions to handle the situation were made, but they must have been lost or dismissed because of the expense. What? Now, Governor Northam has proposed this will be taken care of. But when and how? The seabirds could be here in 2 to 4 weeks. Is this too late for us to do something? Does anybody really care? And I don't mean any offense by that. We have sufficient time to make preparations. With nothing done, you know there's no place for these birds to lay their eggs in a safe place. This is an emergency situation. Governor Northam and others have talked about Riprap Island, aka Fort Wool, but this deserted fort is infested with rats, raccoons, and other creatures that will feast on the eggs. Exactly who and what is going to direct the birds to Fort Wool? How quickly can the infestation of rats be gotten rid of? Is this a reasonable solution? And I'm talking about an immediate solution, not the building of an island. Another solution is to gather barges to place next to the island where they will normally lay their eggs. Someone recently said, maybe it was in the Governor Northam's notice, that it will take 59 barges to accommodate these birds. Is it even possible to find this many barges and to assemble them and prepare them for the arrival of the birds? At what cost, if it's even possible? Now, I think it was a gentleman with the Department of Games and Fisheries that suggested dumping gravel on the island where the birds are accustomed to laying their eggs. This seems to me to be the quickest, easiest, and most affordable situation to the problem. When the birds are gone, the gravel can be loaded up and returned to its source. I and many others implore the appropriate government entities to take care in the most appropriate way, immediately. This is an emergency brought on by the problem of the birds being ignored. Now, why care? Just one moment. Why spend the money to provide the birds their nest area? We are ignoring the loss of habitat for our wildlife. Every day we mow down trees, we lay paved roads, parking lots, we build houses, office buildings, shopping malls. Eventually, we will lose our wildlife altogether if we don't start doing something to protect it now. Thank you.
Thank you. Barbara Slatcher? Hello.
Hear me okay? I'm pretty loud. My name is Barbara Slatcher. I live in Richmond, and I'm a corporate marketer. I've been on the marketing board for 9 years. I help the Center for Conservation Biology with marketing and strategy and outreach. I'm a master naturalist and a wildlife rehabber. Today, I'm representing myself and wildlife in Virginia. I'm completely astonished at what's happened with the waterbird colony at the Hampton Bridge Tunnel, and that VDOT felt it was okay to pave over the largest waterbird colony in the Mid-Atlantic. The colony consists of 7 different species, including 2 species, where this colony is almost the entire population of the state. All of these species have experienced declines greater than 50% in the last several decades. These birds have been nesting on South Island for 40 years, and it has become the largest nesting colony because there are hardly any suitable locations left in the state. They came from other nesting places that were overtaken by predators or rising water. They came to South Island because there was nowhere else to go. Since a large group of us attended the DGIF board meeting last month, and the story has been covered by the local and national press, DGIF and the Secretary of Natural Resources have worked hard to come up with a doable solution to create an alternative habitat for the 25,000 birds that have been displaced on South Island. I'm very grateful to them for coming up with an action plan on such short notice. Brian Watts, who is an expert on the colony from CCB, he's been working with them for almost the entire time, went to assess the proposed location a few weeks ago. Roberta and I went with him. He agreed with DGIF that this was an acceptable short-term solution at Wool Island, but there's a huge amount of work. There is a huge amount of work for anybody who's been out there to get it ready for the birds when they return. And I'm not quite sure how it's going to get done, honestly. Everybody agreed that restoring some part of the South Island not being used for construction made the most sense for this year, trying to get Rip Rap Island completed. No matter how horrible the deterrents are, some of these 25,000 birds are going to nest here for sure. They're going to lay their eggs on South Island. VDOT does not have a U.S. Fish and Wildlife permit to take the birds off South Island, and it's up to them to do the right thing now. They've wiped out the largest water bird colony nesting in Virginia by paving over it. The mitigation plan, as articulated in the EIS, is close coordination with DGIF in order to minimize impacts to water bird colonies to the maximum extent possible. Strict adherence to time of year restrictions and erosion and sediment control would be required by these agencies. Surveys to locate existing water bird colonies would be required in addition to evaluations to shift alignments away from resource to reduce the impacts of construction to the colony. I ask that you all, CTB, direct VDOT to top dress a portion of South Island with sand and gravel to prepare for the inevitable nesting that's going to happen there. Additionally, please build in a formal, transparent plan for mitigation that covers both the immediate needs and the long-term needs of this very significant colony. We need to be sure that this water bird colony will be protected from dangerous harassment and injury to the birds that will ultimately nest on South Island. Thank you.
Thank you. I do think that, you know, just going back to Mr. Leidy's opening comments, that coming into this, with this administration, this is a project that we've inherited. And I will tell you that we've worked on this for more than a year and a half. So the mitigation efforts that are out there today have been a collaborative effort between VDOT and DGIF. And we certainly see this as partners. I do want you to know that for myself personally and every person who is here today, we do care and want to do the right thing. And Virginia is one of 2 states that is going beyond the federal requirements, trying to find a way to, you know, address the birds. We want to do that. The plan that we've been working on has been in works for a while, trying to come up with a suitable and possible solution to this has been important to all of us. The plan will be made. It's not, we didn't start from scratch. The plan will be made public. We are still going through how we are going to manage eggs and nests and birds on the island. And our design builder has been fully engaged in the process as well. So we all want, I think it was it Miss Young or Miss Neal who just said, you know, we all want the same thing. We would like to do this really well. And so I felt as though we just needed a little bit of context as far as the people who are here today. with that, Julie, is it Kasmark? I was reading your email address and took a chance on Kaz. Is that right?
My name is Julie Kasmarsick. I'm a registered nurse and clinical coordinator for 25 years at VCU in the emergency department. I'm a longtime member of Richmond Audubon Society, having served on the board for 18 years. I have my federal and state bird banding permits and have currently head up three international bird banding projects here in Virginia. I echo everything that all of my fellow conservationists have spoken about today. And please don't be short-sighted and see us as just the Jane Hathaways and the bird lovers with the goofy hats. This is not just about loving birds. This is about our world, our climate. It's disappearing in front of us. I just came back from the Outer Banks this weekend. We're all yelling green. We want green power. We want green everything. And as I drove by acres and acres of solar panels looking at the destruction of all the habitat underneath, yes, maybe it's generating a few megawatts, but it's doing, in my humble opinion, more destruction to our habitat. I am not a scientist. I don't know the solution to the Hampton Roads Bridge Tunnel catastrophe, but I do know that we need to fix it. And I know that Virginia can rise above, and we can do this. Oklahoma is doing this right now in a river. The river in Oklahoma is not the Hampton Roads, but it is a solution, and they are saving lease turns out there, and we can do this. How many of us here have been alive since 1970? If you've been alive since 1970, 1 in 4 birds that you had seen is now gone. We've lost 3 billion birds since 1970. Each and every bird has an effect on our lives. We're all connected. Every minute organism is connected. As a bird bander, I can tell you that birds that I banded back in 2007, we are not hearing in the trees anymore. And this is not somewhere off in Ecuador or Peru. This is in Chester. This is in Powhatan. This is in Highland County. These are intangible places in our lives that we drive by, where we recreate. We can fix this. Ironically, when I work over at VCU, I have saved many a migratory bird that has hit the skyscraper and landed on the pavement, brought it into the ER. We have done bird CPR. We have warmed it up. We have given it a little Gatorade. We have brought him back. We can do this. I would like to leave you with my most favorite nature and conservation quote. In the end, we will conserve only what we love. We will love only what we understand. We will understand only what we are taught. We can do this. I thank you for your time and appreciate it.
Thank you so much. That was a wonderful perspective, so thank you.
And thank you.
Let's see. Is it Alex? Concerned about saying it.
That's very kind of you. Madam Secretary and members of the board, I also came here today. I'm a resident of Arlington, where I live and work, and I came here because I also understand the importance of this issue. And I respectfully request that you also support the idea of providing an adequate amount of island for these birds, and that you work with DGIF and also support them through funding transparently, because again, DGIF, they have a smaller funding source, and they really, and we as residents really depend on you to move forward with these actions to solve this, as Julie just so eloquently said. Again, as the doctors who spoke before us and the other people here, I'm an ecotourist. I spend time in this area and frequently cross the HRBT. And so there are residents all throughout the state who care about this issue that can't be here today. So again, please take these comments here today to heart and understand that we really do respect your movement on this issue to support the governor's requests. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Elizabeth Wilkins? You sat patiently the whole time.
Got here late, so. I'm Elizabeth Wilkins. I live in Yorktown. I'm a biologist and proud bird enthusiast, if that's a better term. While I wholeheartedly commend the recent actions of the governor to protect migratory birds, following the disastrous rollbacks by the Trump administration, I'm afraid that the urgent need to provide nest sites for thousands of seabirds in this 2020 breeding season remains largely unresolved. It seems to me that the adjacent Fort Wool Island simply cannot be transformed into suitable habitat by late March or early April, just around the corner. By its failure to follow the recommendations proposed by its own study, VDOT has thereby critically threatened the nesting success of these important birds, and as such has a responsibility to provide habitat for them this season and into the future. It seems that since the staging area, the expansion staging area, will not be needed until well into the fall, the South Island could be prepared and resurfaced more readily than the much smaller adjacent island. I urge you to take this action as soon as possible and to inform citizens of your decisions and progress as this project moves forward. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you so much. Kate Mattice. How are you?
Good afternoon. I am not here to speak on the issue of the previous, but I did want to bring your attention to an action that you'll be asked to take later this afternoon. My name is Kate Mattice, and I'm with the Northern Virginia Transportation Commission. And I'm here really to urge your support of changes to an amended memorandum of agreement related to the Transform 66 program. What I wanted to convey to you is the Commission and VTC, representing the cities and counties in Northern Virginia, unanimously supported the amendment to this agreement. And what that agreement will do, as amended, will allow for a portion of the revenues from I-66 inside the Beltway to be used for some major capital projects, including the Long Bridge. In exchange for that, the Commission does get an allocation, an annual allocation that will allow to the continuation of our commuter choice program. That's something that I brought to this board for the past 3 years and sought your support for very important projects that are serving folks in the corridor. So I just wanted to pass along to you the consideration of the Commission. They found that support for the Long Bridge was a key part of moving people, I-66 inside the Beltway that is served by the Virginia Railway Express. They're moving 10,000 people every day along that corridor into Washington, D.C. So I urge your support for that amendment. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes. That'll come back this afternoon, I believe. Right.
It's the last item.
Okay. That is all who is signed up. Is there anyone else here today who would care to address the board? With that, I will thank all of those who love the world and our environment and every living creature who is on it. I really thank you for being here today. This is going to be a long-term process, and we will continue working through it, and always invite your thoughts and concerns and recommendations to us. There were no, because this is a one-day meeting, there were no committee meetings, subcommittee meetings this month. So we should revive those next month. So with that, I just hope everyone who visited today is safe. We will suspend the action meeting, and when we come back from lunch, we'll go ahead and continue with the workshop. I would like to reconvene the action meeting. And I'll thank Cathy McGhee and Jennifer Ahlin for postponing your presentation. So, can I have a motion on the minutes? Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Thank you. Mr. Hoffrichter.
Good afternoon, Secretary Valentine, members of the board. I bring before you a request for the abandonment of a frontage road, F773 in Fairfax County. This short segment of roadway is located in Tyson's Corner, adjacent to the interchange between Route 7 and Route 123. The adjacent property owners requested it. The county is in support. VDOT staff has reviewed it. It looks okay. It's required for redevelopment of that area. We have advertised for comments, received none, and we ask for your approval.
Madam Secretary, I move approval.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed?
Thank you.
Okay. Linda Balderson.
Good afternoon, Madam Secretary and members of the board. I bring before you an action item today on a rail industrial access grant request from Phoenix Packaging Operations in Pulaski County. The location will be served by Norfolk Southern Railroad. The grant request is for $450,000. The total investment for this project is $30 million with 145 new jobs. They plan on 296 new carloads annually. And the applicant worked with the Virginia Port and the Virginia Economic Development Partnership on this expansion of their current facility. Staff recommends approval.
Mr. Smoot.
Chair, I'm pleased to move approval.
Any further discussion? Nope. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for waiting. Ms. Keene. Location and design. Maybe we can find out if she's here. Kim Pryor.
Like her, she's one of my favorites.
Good afternoon, Madam Secretary, members of the board. I have one action item for you today, and it is my normal monthly transfer. Yes.
Deputy Commissioner, will you check on Ms. Keene? Or can you text her? I thought maybe that's what you were doing. Thank you. Hi, Ms. Pryor. Sorry.
My normal monthly transfers, and I recommend your approval.
So moved.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. Thank you, Ms. Pryor. Rockstar.
Madam Chair, members of the board, the first resolution I have before you this afternoon is approval of the revised smart scale prioritization process. I did just want to note, based on the discussion I had with Mr. Tunkt, some of the items that we have discussed with you all that get into the nuances of the particular metrics are not reflected in the resolution. They are always going to be reflected in the technical guide. There's just a certain level of detail that we don't put in here, so I want to say it out loud so it is on the record. The economic development measure when it comes to the square footage will include tiering of economic development sites in VDP's tiering of 3, 4, and 5. Even though that is not listed in here, that was in the January presentation, and it will be reflected in the technical guide that goes out there. So anyone listening, in case that is of concern, I assure you and commit to you that that will be included in the technical guide. And Madam Chair, I think we've discussed this at length. There's a number of modifications in here, mostly tweaking a lot of the measures. There's a change in the safety weighting between factors. There's also the modification to the process where we kind of have things come in, let our folks review it, then allow the applicants to modify them again. We did move for the first time to PDCs and MPOs from one area type to another on their request. So again, Fredericksburg is going from A to B. Donohue River Valley, though, is actually going up from C to B. And I think those are some of the major changes that we have here. But again, the team worked with external stakeholders over an extended period of time on these changes.
Question, Madam Chairman?
Let me have a motion, and then we can
So
further
moved.
discuss. Any further discussion, Mr. Miller?
So you put, in referencing Mr. Tonk's questions, you put these in the technical guidelines. Who changes the technical guidelines, and what's the process for changing them?
Madam Chair, Mr. Miller, the technical guidelines are developed and published by the Office of Intermodal Planning and Investment, and we typically make no changes outside of the process here with the board. The exception to that is if we find there's a type of project where the current rules do not work, which is would not change the specific methodology that we're using. But for example, if a travel demand model doesn't measure certain types of projects, and we don't say how we're going to use them because we've never had one submitted, we might use a particular way that's laid out. But when it comes to like the tiering of an economic development site, by the things we've presented to you all, we do not change those types of concepts. It is only the truly nuanced implementation of the policy we've discussed with you that is ever modified without coming back to the board.
Substantive changes in technical guidelines that are referenced or not referenced that back up these policies would come before this board before they were changed. Is that correct? Substantive changes, meaning.
We would not make substantive changes. Except in the kind of biennial review process, yes.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay.
Madam Chair, members of the board, the second resolution I have before you today is amendments to the memorandum of agreement that this body has executed with the Northern Virginia Transportation Authority. We discussed this at our December meeting. These amendments will allow the use of toll revenues from I-66 into the Beltway to support the Long Bridge and related rail infrastructure in the Northern Virginia region, as well as allow toll revenues to support debt that to advance improvements at the Roslyn Metro Rail Station in Arlington County. There are several other minor technical changes as we discussed previously, like saying new or existing park and ride lots instead of just saying park and ride lots. This was approved unanimously, as Ms. Mattice noted earlier, by the Northern Virginia Transportation Commission at their January 16th meeting, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Madam Secretary, I move approval. This has been a long time coming.
Second.
Any further discussion or questions? Would like to thank Kate Mattice for coming today and making those comments. I do think this is really important. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. Thank you. Ms. Keene. And trust me, this wasn't your fault. We were reorganizing the schedule to accommodate some legislative committees.
I was streaming and it didn't come back up from lunch, so my apologies. Good afternoon, Madam Secretary and members of the board. I just have one action item for you today. It's a limited access change in Richmond District for the I-95 improvements between 288 and Route 10. This improvement will provide an auxiliary lane between the two interchanges along I-95. A notice of willingness was posted for the changes in limited access on December 10th, 2019 in the Richmond Times-Dispatch, and no comments were received, and the willingness expired on December 25th. The LACCs are supported by the Board of Supervisors for Chesterfield County and also by Federal Highway. The estimated total cost of the project is $28.8 million, and I'm requesting approval of the CTB for the changes in limited access for this project.
So moved.
Second. Any further discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. And I assume Mr. Brown is very well aware of all
Yes, he
this.
is.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rucker, for stepping up. Mr. Caples.
Members of the board, I have two action items for your consideration today. The first is order number B94. This is one of the first ID1 projects. This is actually across three districts, Stanton, Salem, and Bristol districts, for the installation of dynamic message signs along the corridor. We had 3 bidders on this project. After conducting our analysis, we find that the bids represent good value and are recommending for your approval.
Any further discussion? Mr. Smoot? Oh, sorry. You're an aye. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. Thank you.
Next project is order number B86. This is a Northern Virginia District project in the city of Alexandria for major bridge rehab over I-395. We had 4 bidders on this project. Again, after conducting our bid analysis, we find that the bids represent good market value and recommend for your approval.
Madam Secretary, I move approval.
I'm concerned about that.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Caples. You were up there for such a short time. You can come back. Is that the best laugh you have ever heard? Any new business? So I did want to mention that next month at the CTV meeting on the action day, we are going to be meeting with, we're going to do we're going to hold our action meeting and then have a joint meeting with VEDP. You know, in all of our smart scale measures, we have economic development, so it's a factor, and we have these access programs and.
You want to give those to them?
No. No. Hey. And they, you know, we are really working hard to collaborate more from an economic development perspective. And I think, Mr. Williams, it was really to your point when you said to this board, you know, should they be filtered through VEDP, or, you know, what is their relationship with us? So as we move forward, looking at continuing to address transportation and include economic development, economic competitiveness in our decisions, both VEDP and transportation just thought it would be a really good idea for both of us to get an overview of each other, somewhat what we're doing with internal organizations, doing that across the secretariats as well. So, Ms. Rucker. So I was just going to say this one piece, that for the action meeting next month, please plan to stay at least through noon, 12 or 12:30. I know we try to aim sometimes 10 or 11 in the morning. It will be a longer day. We're going to be down at their facility. Yes. Did you go down and scope it out yet?
I'm scheduled to go down there on Monday.
Okay.
And scope it out.
So we'll let you know the logistics, but I did, you know, planning your calendars. We are in Richmond, yes? You're in Richmond?
Yes.
No. Yes, we're in Richmond. Mr. Rucker.
I know that I am new to this enterprise, and the agendas came late. I was grading all weekend, so it made it particularly challenging. Yeah, it just makes it really challenging to get things in. Yeah. Again, I'm just saying, they came out Friday. If they could be earlier, because I was grading all weekend, and it made it particularly challenging to get through the docket. So I just wanted to put that out there.
Agree. Okay, well, okay, we won't make promises, but.
If you could make an effort, that would
Yes.
help greatly.
Okay, to the team. Yes, I will say that I will take responsibility for this one.
It's fault.
No.
Taking a bullet.
Point well taken. We worked really hard to develop a product before, but yes, if we could do it earlier, we will.
Thank you, Connie.
Anything else? Okay, with that, we'll adjourn the action meeting and return to workshop.
Working well.
If I do have to leave, Mr. Tunk, I'll just turn it over to you.
Trust her more than wit.
And I believe Miss McGhee, hey.
Thank you very much. This is going to be really quick. I know you waited all day just to hear from me, but I'm going to try and be quick. So I wasn't here last month because I was attending the Transportation Research Board annual meeting, and I wanted to take just a few minutes to give you some highlights from that meeting and share with you a little bit about what TRB is all about. So if you don't know, TRB is a unit of the National Academies of Sciences, Engineering, and Medicine. They're headquartered in Washington and really is a volunteer-driven organization. So states from across the country contribute not only money, which is obviously important, but also thousands of volunteers. They head committees, they staff research project panels, they prioritize research needs, but it's all volunteer-driven. Currently, they have about 300 active research projects and 200 standing committees. It's a lot of work going on. Over time, they've done over 100 national policy studies as a part of their mission. Every state does contribute 5.5% of their annual SPR allocation to fund the research arm of TRB. So there is an annual meeting every January, and this was the 99th annual meeting, so it kicked off the centennial celebration for TRB. They're very excited about that milestone in their history. So that this year's meeting had a spotlight theme of A Century of Progress, Foundation for the Future. And it really was highlighting not only activities that have been important to transportation over the last 100 years, but where we go from here. There were, at the annual meeting, over 5,000 presentations and almost 800 sessions. So it's a really busy week. But lots of really good information gets shared. This year, Secretary Chow did provide the remarks at the chair's luncheon, and her remarks focused a lot on efforts at the national level around automated vehicles and their AV 4.0 initiative. They really are trying to bring together all the federal agencies that are involved in the rollout of automated vehicles. 38 agencies at the federal level have some role to play. That's a lot to get your arms around, and certainly a good thing that they're attempting to do that. Like Virginia, at the national level, they're looking at automated vehicles as a way to improve safety and mobility, with the real focus on safety, given the tremendous contribution of driver error to our crash problem. She shared that they are kicking off a pilot program with automated vehicles, particularly focused on emergency response vehicles. We're in a great position for that with the ADS grant that I spoke to you about several months ago that Virginia Tech was awarded that will focus on that interaction with emergency vehicles. So we're really excited about seeing that move forward. She also highlighted the increased use of unmanned aerial vehicles, which I've also spoken to you about, and trying to build the regulatory framework to see that expand in a safe manner. In December, there was a notice of proposed rulemaking that's currently out for comment around remote ID, which would be required for any UAS weighing more than just over half a pound. So remote ID would allow you to know exactly who's flying and what their mission is. Did anybody see over the holidays the news reports about the mysterious drones flying around over Colorado? Nobody knew who they were, what they were doing. Remote ID would solve that problem. You would know exactly who they were and what they were doing. She did focus on the increase in commercial space, which, again, Virginia is very well positioned for. And so I think, as I looked through her comments and reviewed what she had said, I was really struck by how much we're doing in each one of those areas that she highlighted as important for transportation as we move forward. I do want to mention that both the Research Council and VDOT at large were very well represented at TRB, as we always are, and I'm going to highlight a few of those presentations in a moment. But every year's annual meeting has what they call spotlight sessions. These are sessions that are highlighted in the program, intended to bring extra attention to them. And these are just a few that I picked out that I thought might be of interest to you. There were 2 sessions, one on international perspectives and one on domestic perspectives on the workforce transformation challenges. This international prospects and strategies I particularly was interested in because the problems are the same that we're facing here in Virginia, looking at how automation and climate change and technology are changing our workforce needs and how we need to transition to be prepared for that. The Mobility Innovation, a Vision for Transportation, for our transportation future, really looked at what some of what Mr. Donohue highlighted earlier with the mobility as a service and mobility on demand and the differences between those 2 things and how they are going to influence transportation choices going forward. One is about bundling your transportation services from door to door, making sure you have everything you need to make that complete trip, while the other really is more about the ride hailing and what we consider to be more car sharing kinds of activities, both very important as we begin to think about what the future of transportation will be. Preparing for urban air mobility, I know I've mentioned this to you. This is the idea of the air taxi. Really interesting conversations about what that will mean for our cities and localities as we not only plan for parking and curb space management, but takeoff and landings for urban air mobility. Automating bridge construction through robotics and 3D printing. I highlight this one because I'm fascinated by the idea of a 3D printed bridge. But really the workshop focused on how automation and robotics really will improve the way we build and maintain our infrastructure. Perhaps we start with 3D repair of our bridges and move eventually to 3D printing of them. And then obviously there were a number of sessions looking at freight issues. There is a whole contingent of TRB that focuses on freight, and it obviously is a very important part of our economic vitality, and so TRB recognizes that just as we do. In terms of our local participation, we had our folks from the Research Council participated in 41 sessions, workshops, and committee meetings. Given that our staff is relatively small, that's a pretty good participation level across the annual meeting. Other VDOT staff participated in another 13 sessions and workshops, so we were very well represented, and I think it speaks well to the work that we're doing here in Virginia, that we draw that national attention to our work. I made this word cloud because you have to have a word cloud anymore. I just took all the titles of the presentations that our folks gave and stuck them in a word cloud, and I thought it was really interesting the things that popped out in terms of the kinds of information we were sharing at this national conference. I did want to transition a bit from the TRB annual meeting and just speak to another initiative that the Secretary has asked me to take on, and thankfully Barbara Nelson has been amazingly helpful in this, and that is the creation of a Freight Advisory Committee. We are working to establish the framework for that advisory committee and identify potential members to get it kick-started, looking at what the priorities are from a freight perspective here in the Commonwealth, and to figure out ways to meet those priorities in the most efficient and effective ways. So we hope to meet with the Secretary very soon to go through that framework and move forward with convening that committee in the next couple of months.
There may be more. The reason I had even mentioned Cathy's office taking this on is because you are right now working on the permitting,
yes,
innovating our permitting process. Do you want to just mention
sure.
what this is? Yeah.
So we are right now, DMV and VDOT are working together to develop a requirements document and procurement documents for an automated online permitting system for over-dimensional vehicles. So those would include both overweight and oversized vehicles. There is a system that exists at DMV today, but it isn't as automated as we would like, so there aren't nearly as many permits that are issued automatically as other states have been able to achieve. So we're working together. A lot of the data, underlying data that feeds that system resides at VDOT, while the permits are issued through DMV. So it really is a collaborative effort to identify what the requirements of that system should be and work through the procurement process. And so we have a very aggressive schedule, and we'll be working to roll that out very soon.
So, as Cathy was already working on this issue, this idea was kind of emerged, but Barbara Nelson is from the port, so obviously freight being very important to the logistics within the port and beyond the port. And then setting up a passenger rail authority, we have DRPT, which is going to be managing a lot of the freight activities and just making sure we are all coordinating. Freight movement in Virginia, very important to the our economic viability and placing emphasis on that. And that was somewhat the theory behind trying to do this.
Yes. Any questions?
Great. Thank you. Ms. Ahlin. How are you?
Good, Madam Secretary. How are you doing? Good afternoon. My name is Jennifer Ahlin. I am the Director of VDOT's Asset Management Division. I'm here to talk to you about a couple updates to the State of Go Repair Program. Sorry. Those updates happen to be deal with or pertain to the distribution percentages for allocating the State of Go Repair Program, as well as an update to the CTB policy that was approved in 2016. We've also provided you a couple of handouts, one for the distribution percentages and the other for the policy. For the distribution percentages, we provided you that handout so that you don't have to go look at the eye chart in the presentation, and the policy is from 2016, so we provided that to you for your use. Just a little bit about background on the distribution percentages, or the distribution of State of Go Repair altogether. It is for pavements and bridges. It is also, by code, it has to be distributed based off of needs, and it has to be an equitable distribution based off of needs. There's a minimum that any district can get, which is 5.5%, and the maximum is 17.5%. And each district gets an allocation annually. The first distribution percentages were approved by the CTB in 2016. The second one was in 2018, and we are now here in 2020. Again, the funding is for VDOT and localities. It's for deteriorated pavements on the interstates and primaries, and for structurally deficient bridges. And just as a reminder, the CTB did approve a waiver in March of 2019, which allowed us to increase the maximum amount of allocation for the Hampton Roads Bridge Tunnel for the South Island Trestles. And that actually won't take effect until fiscal year 2025 and 2026. And again, this is the eye chart I was talking about. That's why we've provided you a handout. It gives you a comparison of what the current percentages are versus the proposed percentages. As far as the policy update, the CTB actually approved the policy in 2016. It required us to have a prioritization process for the State of Go Repair. And in there, it actually requires that if for some reason we have to deviate from that prioritization process, that the chief engineer must approve that deviation. Since we had some organizational changes within VDOT, we are requesting the Chief of Maintenance and Operations be added to the approval process. And again, we've provided you that handout and clearly highlighted in that policy where we want the change. So next steps, I'll be coming to you in March to request the approval for those distribution percentage updates as required by you, the CTB, and then also request an update to the policy. Are there any questions?
Madam Secretary, I appreciate this. I guess my difficulty is that this is one piece of the puzzle in terms of pavement condition. And in the part of the world that I'm from, our secondaries are way below standard. And so part of what's hard for me to understand is what's the whole picture in terms of, are we going to be able to make progress on pavement? So my request would be that at some point we have a chance to look at the whole thing together instead of just looking at the state of good repair part, because quite honestly, in Northern Virginia, a lot of the roads that are secondaries are just as important for moving people along as the primaries are. I mean, as your analysis showed. So that would be my request when you bring this back, or if we can't do it in March, if we could do it in April to just kind of look at the whole picture.
Madam Secretary, members of the board, we are taking that analysis right now that's underway and looking at the whole picture. And so probably around April would be about the time frame that we could come back to the board to show you that full picture.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Just echo your comment in that the state of good repair is just one key component, and recognizing that the vast majority of funding does come out of the Highway Maintenance and Operating Fund. We're going to need to take a shift back in how we look at our primaries with the change in the adoption and how we shift that money back over to the secondary system. Most notably, your secondary roads, many of them are higher volume, which act as maybe as some of the other primaries throughout the Commonwealth.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Well, just, Mr. Tom.
Thank you. I just have a question. When you look at the allocations that are going to the localities for the bridge repairs, is there a difference in the way localities maintain their bridges as opposed to the way VDOT maintains their bridges? Is there, because obviously with the amount of money that's going, it's important that there's some similarities in standards being set.
Madam Secretary, members of the board, I would say that when we're looking at, based off the current CTB policy, we're looking at national bridge inventory bridges, and so the localities have to follow the same type of regulations that VDOT does. And so that, again, is probably a small subset of the overall inventory that we have, but do they follow the same rigorous inspection? Yes.
I would just say that this does highlight how important it is getting the legislation through. So to get all this done, we need to increase funding. So, did you have a comment, Mr. Miller?
I think I'll probably ask it offline, but it really goes to Mary's question to really see the whole picture, which I sort of like what you all are doing with the legislation in terms of here's how much money and here's how it goes instead of this and that and this and that, and how's all that work together? But also, when you look at these percentages, you know, it's sort of an obvious reaction when you look at it. To Mary's point, Northern Virginia is at 6.39, and it's obviously a huge system with lots of stuff. So, you know, it begs you to ask the question, what's going on there? And I just want to have a little bit more understanding. I have not read the handout, so I'm not going to ask the question before reading it. But how the prioritization really works. We, you know, in terms of the math. So I'll read this and I'll come back.
Okay. Good. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Deputy Commissioner. Do you want us to take a wager on where everything's going to fall?
I would just say that, fortunately this year, we really haven't had any statewide events.
Oh, you didn't have to set it up like that.
Fortunately. But we have had a number of regional events, and particularly in Southwest Virginia, they've been dealing with some snow and so forth. And we have spent about $44 million between our preparation for snow and actually doing any response to snow so far this year, out of a $205 million budget, to give you a sense of where we stand. And while we prefer there was no snow, I can tell you this for sure, that VDOT, I believe the men and women of VDOT shine when we do have those unfortunate opportunities to face that. So what are we doing to get ready? We're out pre-treating some roadways as we speak today. The forecast for this is a southern storm. It's really down over Georgia. We're at the northern edge of that. So we don't anticipate much of anything north of 64, mostly down along the southern border, and worse as you go to the east. A little bit of differential in our forecasts in far southeast Virginia, 1 to 3 inches or 2 to 4, up to spots of 5, depending on the weather service. There are currently no watches or warnings anywhere across the state of Virginia, but we also have our own contracted meteorologists that specialize in road weather forecasting. Their forecast is showing a little bit higher, the potential 1 to or 2 to 4 and spots of 5. We'll see where that goes, but we I always like to say prepare for the worst and hope for the best, right? So we're doing that. But as I said, pre-treatment's underway, and we will be out there. It's going to start really tomorrow morning in far southwest, and by afternoon to the southeast in the state. Go into overnight, Thursday night, Friday morning. We expect with the road temperatures up and so forth, it's really going to be tough for that snow to stick to the road even when it's snowing hard, but we may get some slushy condition. Now, once the sun goes down and it gets dark, the temperatures are really going to drop, and we may see some icy spots and snow on the road, so we would certainly ask people to be aware of that, pay attention to that, know the conditions, plan for their drive before they leave, and to check conditions. Go on 511, get the Virginia 511 app, the mobile app for your phone. You can call 511, or you can go to 511virginia.org to check conditions there. So just know what the conditions may be before setting out. But I think it's certainly something that we're prepared for, and as I said, we hope for the best, and hopefully we won't see any greater accumulations, but Mother Nature doesn't always call into our weather forecasters and tell them what to do. So we're getting ready. Any questions?
Mary, do you want to, Ms. Hines, do you want to just share what your kids would do in Northern Virginia?
Sure. So in Northern Virginia, with that kind of a prediction, all of the children would come home from school and they'd say, we're putting our pajamas on inside out, and then it will really snow. And
she would probably say the opposite, so thank you.
So as far as an update, we are in the middle of our application season right now, and reviewing grants, and which we'll be bringing some recommendations to the Rail Committee soon. We actually this year have received 450 applications under our merit program, which is actually a pretty big increase over some prior years. And we do also have 19 applications for our preservation program that we're in the process of reviewing and prioritizing. On our Amtrak ridership side, we're continuing to break records. In January of 2019, our ridership was up 31% over January of last year. Our fiscal year to date, we're up 23% since the same period of time in 2019. So a lot of this, we believe, is the result of some of the discounts we've had, the promotions that we did in October around our 10-year anniversary event, as well as the optimization of our Hampton Roads routes and just better overall on-time performance. So we will continue to report on our Amtrak growth there, but we're very happy to see that. Just very quickly, as a heads up for next month, we will be bringing a presentation to you all. We're working with the Northern Virginia localities and transit agencies and NVTC as well on mitigation planning for the upcoming shutdown of the blue and orange lines in the summer of this year, and identifying transit projects that can help deal with some of those impacts. And we had already set aside $4 million for support, just like we did last year. It's already in the 6-year plan, but we will be starting to bring you all some recommendations to show how the Northern Virginia localities expect to apply for some of those funds. So,
Orange and silver, right?
I'm sorry, orange and silver.
Not blue.
Yeah.
I don't want anybody
I'm
out
sorry.
there to think we're doing blue again.
I'm used to saying orange and blue together. Yes, I'm sorry, orange and silver. My bad. It was blue last year, sorry. But yeah, that's all I have for my report.
Thank you. Commissioner?
I just have one item for you. It's an agreement that was executed between our Environmental Division and the Federal Highway Administration. It's in your folder. What it is our commitment back to the FHWA on memorializing a process for auditing locally administered projects. Right now, through our local administered program, FHWA on an annual basis will select sample projects and review them for concurrence with being administered in compliance with the federal law. That includes the environmental programs and permits that would be required as part of a locally administered project. This is just memorializing the current requirements of an LAP project, including the environmental aspect. And this is just an outcoming from a conversation or discussions, ongoing discussions with FHWA or Federal Highway Administration on making sure it's memorialized that this is an aspect that will also be sampled during this annual review for LAP projects.
Okay, and then next month, all the subcommittees will meet and we'll get updates from everybody. Do you have anything new to report, Mr. Malvin, from your group?
We had to cancel our meeting this morning.
Okay. So I think most of us did. So we'll get back on schedule next month, and by that time, we'll kind of know what comes through the General Assembly, and it'll be far easier, I think, for us to do a bigger picture on state of good repair. I will say to Mr. Johnson and Mr. Kaswitz on the Environmental Task Force that before the next meeting, we will sit down. I'll ask Deputy Secretary Josh Sachs to come in and we can brief you all together and then kind of figure out what the future will be. So we'll do that before the March meeting. Is there anything else? Okay, with that, y'all, thank you so much for coming in and one day, and
Thanks.
I appreciate it.
Made it to my ride. That's awesome.